1, 2. One, two. Testing, 1, 2.
everyone should have 2 books. One should be our regular daily yoga prayer book, so that we can recite opening prayers, and the other book should be engaging in the deeds of the Bodhisattva. So there's 2 books. Please help yourself. If you'd like to take notes and keep the engaging in the deeds of Bodhisattva, you'd be welcome to do that. Please don't forget to register. We appreciate all your contributions. And page 5, the Refuge prayer?
Yes, page 357.
Yes.
357.
6, 7. Do the 7 limb prayer?
Yeah, 7 limb prayer.
Okay.
357. Maybe I'll lead.
Okay, very good. No.
Usually at the beginning of any practice, in order to make the practice fruitful, motivation is very important. So developing of motivation is essential for any kind of activity to become important or religious or dharmic. And particularly this is disturbing. I just put it off. As Buddhists also, it is the tradition to take refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha in order to make our own practice. Dharma. Dharma means consistent with so to make our action dharmic means virtuous. We have to have a proper motivation in order to transform our activity into a bodhisattva deed. We also need the motivation of generating bodhicitta. Bodhicitta means mind that aspires for enlightenment. So development of these 2 minds, of course, in reality, you really need to practice a lot of meditation for these, for the mind of bodhicitta to become spontaneous. But here, at least in words and in spirit, we can do. So that's what we are going to do. And then after that, I'll start the teaching. Alright, page 3. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering swiftly. I'll establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering swiftly. I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious Buddhahood. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering and swiftly. I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, and complete and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with my body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. That's okay. We take refuge in the King Root Lama in lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandala of the Idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Buddha. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Dhakas, Saknis, Dharma guardians, possessors of eye of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind Root Lama in lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandala of the Idams. We take refuge in the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in perfect Dharma. We take refuge in excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all of the noble Dhakas, Dakinis, Dhamma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind Root Lama in lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deity of the Mandalas or the Idam. We take refuge in the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the exalted order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the normal Dhakas, Dakinis, and Dhamma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the marriage of generosity and other deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the marriage of generosity and other deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By marriage of generosity and other deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Okay. Seven is quiet. All right, just go to page 10. Well, okay, the last. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostration, offering, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying for the sake of the enlightenment of sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostration, offering, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying for the sake of the enlightenment of sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostration, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying for the sake of the enlightenment of sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Good morning to everybody. So yesterday we briefly went through a general presentation of Bodhisattva, and in a span of 2 days, starting from today, I probably will try to cover until the 5th chapter of Shantideva's text, Bodhisattva Charya Avatara, based on a new translation that insofar nobody has seen except me. So this is my own translation, and I have explained why this translation, despite several others in print, is needed. So I'm not going to go into detail now because we have to finish 5 chapters at least for these 2 days, for these 2 days of teachings. But before doing that, because I can see some faces which are not there yesterday, so brief presentation of Buddha Dhamma, general structure of Buddha Dhamma is important. And that I'll try to explain briefly before we go on to this text. So here when we recited the refuge verses of refuge verse, we recited, I take refuge in the Buddha, I take refuge in the Dhamma, and I take refuge in the Sangha. What do you really mean by taking refuge in the Buddha or in Dhamma and the Sangha? Taking refuge means generally relying, trusting. That's what refuge is. So when there is cold here, generally speaking, we take refuge in this central heating system to keep us warm. We have problem one side, and a respite from that problem is needed. So then we take refuge in something which can somehow alleviate that suffering. So at a mundane level, we can say we take refuge in food when we are hungry. We take refuge in water when we are thirsty. But these are just ordinary refuges. Now, we also rely on our parents, our guardians, our teachers to ensure that our life is successful. So that's a little higher form of refuge. Thank you. Now what happens is, if you are a bit philosophical and if you have your own kind of independent to think beyond what you are taught, you might wonder, what would happen to me if I die? And then if you are parents and you have children and you see differences in their behaviors, in their intellectual levels, in their emotional behaviors, in their performances, in their determination, courage, you might want to know, why is this difference? Are these all circumstantial? Or if not, did these have something to do with something that caused them, and the causes were there before they were born? In other words, is the cause of everything that is there in these children everything to do with the genes of the parents, the genes that they have inherited, or more to that? So these are important questions, because now we have the ability as humans to think beyond our appearances, and that is needed. That is what exactly science does. Right? So trying to establish reality, and then from there, based on reality, trying to establish paths that leads to the eliminations of our problems in this life. That's what we try to do. For the same, why do we do research? Why not give medicine instantly? Because we have to ensure that this medicine works Nowadays we are speaking so much of coronavirus, and researches are going on. Why? Because we need to know exactly what will counteract the virus. Likewise, when we have problems, we have to look at the problem from many angles. What are the immediate causes of those problems? What are the long-term causes of those problems? Will these problems be eliminated entirely? And can these problems be eliminated entirely? If so, what is the means? And is there any example of somebody who has completely eliminated these problems? If so, is Buddha that person? Historically, we know a person called Buddha Shakyamuni. Buddhists believe them to be Buddha. But then, is Buddhahood possible for me? As a monk student, I often wondered, well, Buddha Shakyamuni might be enlightened. There is enough evidence that Dharma works. Their accomplishments, Tantric masters have performed miraculous feats. I have personally witnessed so much. But then I often wondered, is it possible for me to get enlightened? That is important. If ever enlightenment is not possible for me, okay, we rejoice in the enlightened deed of other sentient beings. But when we don't really feel passionate about pursuing the path to enlightenment because we are not convinced that enlightenment is possible for us. So Dhamma-giti's Brahmanavatika, particularly the second chapter, emphasizes heavily on the possibility of liberation and enlightenment for us. So we don't have time for that. But in short, he says, the delusions, as we spoke earlier, are not consistent with reality. Delusions basically means minds, different kinds of minds, particularly secondary minds. Delusions are misperceptions. They distort reality. In other words, they are mistaken minds. Ignorance is the root of that, those mistaken minds. Ignorance distorts reality, although things exist. They exist dependently, not independently. But when we emotionally feel anger, lust, jealousy, we tend to think of an independent entity as the focal object of our desire, of our anger, independently negative, independently positive, independently attractive or unattractive, independently bad, independently good, or objectively, from the side of the object, negative, from the side of the object, positive. And then because things appears as existing objectively from the side of the object, we find a locus to grasp onto. What emptiness, understanding of emptiness does is destroy that certitude. Destroy that certitude. That concrete focus is dismantled. For example, when you enter the gompa in the morning, let's say somebody said, "Be careful, there is snake in the gompa now." Right? Okay. But you still want to go to the gompa, get the blessings. But on one side of your mind, you are fearful. I have been warned that there is snake here. So where is the snake? And so this fear, when you look at the snake, when you search for the snake, there's fear there. But when you find a corner where it's very evident that there is no snake, you feel relief that, well, actually, for the time being, even if I'm not really totally free right now, for the time being, you feel some kind of ease that you have, at least for the moment, not under threat. But then this fear as you walk inside the Gompa. But you really want to search for the snake. You look at the snake at every direction, in all corners and nooks. And finally, you close the door. And decisively you say, well, he was lying. Because if a snake is there, if I search, it should be visible to me. And I have explored all possibilities. And there's no way that there is a snake in this room. So the thought that there is a snake in this room triggered all those fears. At the same time, it also triggered some kind of relief, a respite, which was also supported by that thought. And while you were believing of a snake in the room, every action that you do, every thought that you have are permeated or influenced or tainted by the thought of a snake there. Right? But once you discover that there is no real snake there, it's a big relief. Apprehensions, all those fear-based anxiety, apprehension, respite, they will just vanish. And you feel so at ease. And you can actually sleep in the Gompa. Now it's okay. Close the door. No snake at all. Such a big relief. So long as you have that thought at the back of your mind that there is a snake in this room, you will not really be happy, because you constantly remain conscious of this snake and it will continue bothering you. Now why I'm saying, now this analogy is similar to the thought of an independent I within your so-called mind or body. We tend to think of an independent I. Independent in this context means independent of the mind and body. I am, for example, I'm Ngawang Sonam. So this is my hand, left hand, right hand, my head, my speech. So when I say my hand, in my thought I have a feeling, me and my hand, distinct. Me as the owner and the hand as the object of ownership. Oh, my mind is quite dull. Today I feel compassionate. My mind is bright. My mind is compassionate. Me and my mind. Me as the object, the owner, and mine as the object to be owned. So, do we separate in your mind? When we think my mind, we tend to think like that. And sometimes, when you think of reincarnation, you feel, I want to change my body. This is no more good. Just want to change. And if you appreciate somebody who has an attractive body, you wish that that body is yours. Right? And if you see somebody who is really compassionate, has all the positive attributes of mind, then you really wish that you could change your confused mind with his mind. Right? So you tend to think beyond this mind, beyond this body, that there's I. And so that I is somebody who really wants everything perfect, while this body is now slowly making things difficult for you. and this mind is confused, so you want to change the mind, you want to change the body, but you yourself always feel, even if I change this body, I'm still there. Even if I change this mind, exchange this mind with somebody else, I'm still there. And then when you think of reincarnation, past life, I was a Mongolian in my past life, before that a Chinese, or before that a Vietnamese, or before that a Tibetan, or before that an Englishman. If you think like that, you are thinking I is always there, consistently. The body changes into a new shape, and because which you are sometimes designated as Chinese, sometimes designated as Tibetan, sometimes Vietnamese, sometimes American. Right? Right? So you have that thought there. And when you say, when I was not educated enough, I didn't know how to read English properly. Not now, I'm well educated, I have all this knowledge, and I'm a good writer. So you're thinking in terms of your mind. When the mind was not educated, there was a time. Now the mind is educated. When I was younger, I was an angry person, but now I have more patience. So you tend to think the mind has changed. But I is always there. So beyond the mind, beyond the body, you tend to think of an I. If it's there, where is it? Outside the body, or within the body, or within the mind? If you critically search for an I, you will not find. However, that doesn't mean I doesn't exist. I only does not exist objectively. So if you search for an I within the basis where we impute I, there isn't there. Outside that basis, there is an I. Only because we, from our worldly convention, we just say it. We impute. When your hand is feeling like some kind of pain, you say, I'm in pain. So based on your body, you say, I'm in pain. Based on your mind, when you're with mind as in the focus, when you say, I'm confused, because your mind is confused, you say, I'm confused. So only in dependence upon your body and mind, you address I, always. So that means I exist dependently, not independently. However, when ignorance arises in us, we tend to think that I exist independently of the mind and body. So that ignorance is the thought which apprehends an independent I, an I which is independent of the mind and body. So that's a mistaken thought. Like thinking that there is snake here in the room. We tend to think of an independent I within the mind sometimes, or within the body, or somewhere. So although snake exists, a snake within the compa doesn't exist. Although I exist, an independent I does not exist. So a snake in the compa and independent I, both of them are non-existent. So thinking of an independent I is almost similar for its element of deception to the mind that thinks of a snake in the compa. Do you get that? So the relief that such an I doesn't exist is similar. You feel grateful because when we feel jealous, or when you lust for something, or when you're angry at somebody, do you usually think my mind is angry with him or at him? You might say sometimes, but usually I am angry at him. I like this person. I hate this person. As if there's a concrete, independent I within there. That thought is quite natural. Even if it's natural, doesn't mean that it's not distorted. Usually when we say natural, we tend to think there's nothing wrong with that. Natural means something which is there in us from birth. That is what we understand by natural. But when it comes to a thought, whether that thought is a mistaken thought or not, is verifiable how it thinks, and then look if it's really there or not. So that is how we have. Once you understand, emptiness is a big relief, because emptiness guarantees your happiness. Right now, all this ephemeral, short-lived euphoria that we have are based on the notion of a snake in the gomba, in the independent eye. So the respite that you get from that is very short-lived. But we tend to think that, again, that pleasure or that happiness or joy is absolute from the side of the object. And so we cling to that so much, and then emotion piles up if you focus on one. And as it piles up, we remain oblivious to the other side of the reality, that samsara has more suffering than this short-lived experience of joy, momentary joy. So, once you understand that all this so-called happiness and joy are so short-lived, then you really feel, oh, because I'm actually wrong from the root. The whole system of my existence right now needs really to change. At the same time, when you feel anxious or unhappy about the situation, there's hope there, because what ignorance apprehends is not consistent with reality. The nature of things is always empty. Empty means not non-existent. Empty means simply empty of independent existence, which means it exists dependently. So nature is there. However, our thought does not conform with nature. And so we can change that thought. Now another thing is how to bring the change. You can feel the change if you first philosophically understand emptiness. And then when you look at things, whenever you look at things, and whenever a strong emotion, I exist, naturally it reminds you, no. Although you feel like that, I does not exist the way you think it exists. Mark my words, I does not exist the way we think it exists. I exist dependently, but innately or unconsciously, we think it exists independently. So whenever a strong emotion arises, you have to remind yourself, oh, that kind of I, when I say lens, you are not thinking that I'm addressing your body, you are not thinking that I'm addressing your mind, but I'm lens. Beyond the mind and body, there's something there which is lens. Right? We tend to think that, all of us think that, and we feel completely okay with that. But beyond the mind and body, if there is something called lens, verifiable, remove the body, remove the mind, where's lens? And again you might think, okay, never mind, there isn't any independent I there, but there must be independent mind, because without independent mind and body as a basis of I cannot exist dependently on the combination of mind and body. So there must be an independent body. Well, how many bodies do you have? One human body, right? But then, is this your body? Yes or no? Yes, this is your body, the nose. Then 2 ears, 1 head at least. If you go into minute details, all the cells in your body, it's limitless, not just one. And, right, so that means the parts of your body are not the body. When you remove the parts, where is the whole? You might say the whole of the body put together is body. Well, then cut 1 finger. The whole is not there. But you still say, I have a body. You cut 1 hand. You still say, I have a body. So, the whole of the body is not body. The parts of the body are not body. Not a body. So then where is the body? And the color of the body, if it's the body, then again contradiction. You cannot say, you can say I'm fair complexioned, but you cannot say I'm skinny or chubby, because the color, you can appear, but the color is not shape. See? But if you say the shape of the body is the body, then you cannot say I am American, I am English, or I am Tibetan, I am Vietnamese. No. Your race is not determined by the shape. So, then where is the body? But of course we have to say, lens is here, I'm here, you are listening, and my body is here. So non-analytically, we postulate things. Conventional postulation is only without going into minute details. We don't go into absolute details when conventionally designating things. What's your good name? Debbie. You could be, if I want to name, if your parents name you, give me a good name. Lens. There are 2 Lens here then. Lenses. Why you are Debbie and not Lens? Because your parents just named it. But when you were named, did your parents consider that the nose is Debbie, or the ears are Debbie, or the tongue, or the face, or the body? No. Just Debbie. Non-analytically imputed. But in our thought, we tend to think objectively Debbie. I am Debbie. So there's something wrong with our understanding of self. But sometimes when you say, I'm eating without much emotion, or I'm moving, I'm sitting here, because your body is sitting here, you say, I'm sitting here. Because you are eating through your mouth and tongue and so forth, you say, I'm eating. These are all okay. But when strong emotions arises, we tend to think of an independent, which is I. Independent I. That is something wrong with that. Otherwise, general convention, we have to say, I'm here because the body is here. And because your ears are not you, even so, while your ears are listening to me, you have to say, I'm listening to you. Even if your eyes are not you, when your eyes are looking at me, you have to say, I'm looking at you. That's how our worldly convention work on the non-analytical level. Non-analytical means not analyzing the absolute, ultimate reality of the thing. Whether it's there, it's not, we don't do that. But then, in our general convention, we also have some mode of analysis. This is Lens and this is Debbie, but you are not Debbie and she is not Lens. So we have to confirm, why is she not Lens? Because Lens is an Apa, she's not an Apa. And why why are you not happy? Because Devi is a woman and you are not women. Based on that, there is some kind of analysis there, but not analysis on the ultimate nature. So that's how we have to see. And then when you have intellectually understood emptiness, let's say you have got emptiness properly, it may take years or make lifetimes, doesn't matter. Nhìn tất cả việc sản xuất sinh kéo à, có sao? Kéo à trong mấy quan trọng. These sun and moon like bodhicitta and view of emptiness, even if it's going to take limitless lifetimes, it's still worth it pursuing them. So you might not really have a real realization of emptiness in this life, doesn't matter. You start, you sow the seed, and it will show its own fruition at a later time. But you always move towards it. And then, once you have an intellectual understanding of emptiness, then you master emptiness. Then you could see the magic in your emotional well-being, in dealing with your jealousy, with your anger, with your hatred. Sometimes when you are angry at others, you tend to think that you are harming the other through your anger. The person you are angry at may not never know that you are angry at the person. So you are out there destroying yourself. For example, when I was in the subway, in the train, metro, in New York, I was hanging on to the beam there, my hands, just to make sure that I don't fall down. But my friend who was escorting me, helping me, told me you have to keep distance. Because in New York, everybody is so sensitive, you can't touch, even accidentally. I was told there, so I did my best, but somehow the train got jolted. And even though I didn't see what was behind me, I was told I accidentally touched somebody, unintentionally, purely unintentionally. I don't have eyes on my back, so what to do? And I didn't have the control of the train, so what to do? And then my brother-in-law, my friend, he told me later that the person over there behind me moved his head. And I asked how many times? Multiple times, like 10 times, even more than that. So the person was really angry, not happy with me for a long time. So while he was not happy with me, at that time I didn't know that he was unhappy with me. So my mood was okay, completely okay. But his mood of having anger or some kind of uneasy feeling towards me, that actually was not really good for him. He didn't really enjoy that. So sometimes when you have anger against others, you don't really enjoy anger. And you tend to think anger is actually harming the other person. Not necessarily. But it's always going to disturb you. Because it's always inside you. So long as it's inside there, it's not like you are going to have a beautiful experience because of anger. Also, sometimes we tend to think attachment is good for you. But so long as you have attachment, you always have a longing for something. And that longing is disturbing you constantly. Once you get that, there's nothing there. It's only a respite from that longingness, that yearning. And when you feel jealous about something, the person against whom your jealousy is directed doesn't suffer that much. In fact, the person might feel happy. He's jealous of me. But when you have jealousy, you are not really happy. All these negative emotions stem from a belief in an independent I within. They grow from that. So once you understand emptiness, you're somehow able to, even intellectually, you're somehow able to reduce the impact of ignorance on an emotional level, and you don't feel that helpless in the face of jealousy, attachment, and anger. And then if you habituate with that understanding of emptiness, even intellectually, then in situations where others get angry, you don't get angry. In situations where others get jealous, you don't get jealous. In situations where others feel afraid, you don't feel afraid. So when you are exposed to all these difficulties in life, at an emotional level, you're okay. Because you know, not just intellectually, but experientially, that nothing is absolute. And once you see everything as illusory, that they appear as absolute, but not really absolute, it really lightens and makes things so easy for you. And then you can see, oh, there's a possibility of elimination of these delusions forever. There might be a possibility. So one reason Dhammakaya uses is, when we have the athletes, they jump, right? They train hard. So when they jump for the first time, they can jump well. And then maybe they run again and jump for the second time. They can do better. Maybe the third time they can do better. Will they continue to do better in all the successive jumps? No. Because they'll get tired. And you have to relax. And you can start over. But how far you can jump, there's a limit. Because there is a limit to the capability of this ordinary body. So the first jump is not going to help the second jump. If it's going to help the second jump, the moment you raise your right or left or feet in the sky, you will just get carried away by the force of the first jump. But you always have to exert pressure on the second jump, right? So that means the first jump is not helping the second jump. You have to do the second jump again. You have to run again, right? So that means, as far as physical abilities of this body are concerned, there is limit. That's for sure. Then, however, mental experiences are not like that. When you build some kind of level of emotion, then at some stage they become spontaneous. You just need that small trigger. For example, initially, somebody is a stranger to you, right? And then you become friends. Tomorrow you have a better opinion of the person. The next day, even more opinion, positive opinion of the person. Then emotions pile up. Even if it's negative attachment, still it's piled up. And then, after 1 month, you are inseparable. You can't live without the other person. And then, in 2 months, you might commit suicide if you don't get to live with that person. Now you go back 2 months before. Who was that person? A stranger. So all these emotions pile up. And the mere mention of that person's name, I don't know, in your American language you might say, do magic in my emotion, whatever. You simply feel flattered or feel the emotion instantly by the mere mention of that person's name. That also applies to anger. First you dislike somebody today, tomorrow you think of more reasons why you dislike the person, and it continues, and the mere mention of the person's name will bring anger in you, disappointment in you. This all shows that emotions, they increase, and don't really have to go through all this trouble. Once you have reached some kind of spontaneity in emotion, they just naturally flow. And you just need a small trigger. So, physical capability and mental capability are different. When it comes to mental capability, once you have that experience built up, then they become very spontaneous. So that means this also applies to the compassion. Now we spoke about our experience with delusions because we are so used to them. That is an example. Now the same thing applies to compassion, patience, wisdom of emptiness. Once you build them, they will come a stage when they will become spontaneous. So, physical abilities have limitations. Mental abilities, they can become boundless. That's one thing. Another thing is when you have water and you boil the water, what happens if you continuously boil it? Boiling the water, it means increasing the heat of the water, right? So what happens if you boil the water continuously? It dries up, right? Likewise, if our mental qualities are such that when you can constantly improve them, increase them, if they become dry, if they end up completely, or if they become non-existent entirely, then there's no use training in compassion, in wisdom. But unfortunately or fortunately, the basis for this mental quality, the mainstream of the mind, is always continuous. It's continuous. So that means whether it's negative quality or positive quality, the mind stream is always continuous. It's perennial. You cannot stop the flow of mind stream, whether it's permeated by negative emotion, positive emotion, another matter, but the continuity of the mind stream will always be there. It's perennial. So that means the basis for negative or positive quality, that is the mind. It will always be there. So that means if you increase the positive quality, it will not dry up. If you increase the negative quality, it will not dry up. And if you decrease the negative qualities, the mind will also not dry up. So mind will be continuous. However, the basis of the heat is water. But if you increase the heat, then there will be a point when you can, when the very basis of this heat will just become extinct. It will evaporate. So mental quality is not that, because the foundation for the quality will always be there. So that means, now if you continuously engage in the meditation of emptiness, what happens is your mind dealing with emptiness becomes spontaneous, experiential, and that spontaneity will always be there because the mental stream is continuous. And as you as your mind becomes almost indivisible with the view of emptiness, it will replace ignorance. And right now, even if you have some experience of emptiness, you have more experience of ignorance and emptiness, but later you'll spot these two. You have more experience of emptiness and less of ignorance, and someday entirely replace ignorance and make it perennial. So the 16 attributes of the Four Noble Truths, particularly the four of the truth of cessation, four characteristics of the truth of cessation. One is cessation itself, then pacification, then prosperous. Jnanamba. Nijin means certainty or definite. That means once you have got liberated or attained the truth of cessation, there is no relapse. Sometimes when you So that kind of elimination or abandonment of the delusion, once it's attained, it's permanent. You are not going to fall back. When it comes to giving up smoking or drug, there's always a risk of relapse, of falling back to the old habit. However, through meditation, if you are able to eliminate ignorance, then this elimination is forever. So, now when this experience of elimination of ignorance is combined with compassion, and ultimately you are not just able to really eliminate the delusions, but also the stains of the delusions. Once you have done that, that's enlightenment. So, the Brahmanivatika second chapter speaks of the possibility why delusions can be eliminated, and that elimination, once it's attained, is permanent. So if you have that kind of contemplation in your mind, then you see the possibility of enlightenment. You see, through training and compassion, a person who is not really compassionate at the beginning becomes very compassionate through training. We can see through your own experience, through the experience in dealing with others. So when compassion is complemented with wisdom of emptiness, it can never ever fail. And compassion also becomes what? So easy to practice if it's combined with a view of emptiness. Usually we appreciate compassion, but then it's always limitation, because we feel my interest. What about my interest? Right? But if you have the view of emptiness, then the strong clinging to an I, you don't have that. Neither you hold on to a certitude, kind of a concrete, absolute I there. I is dependently imputed, not existing objectively. So, from the view of emptiness, in being empty, everything is just one. In the state of being empty, there is no difference between lens and me, between you and me, or between you and me. No difference at all. The differences are only at the surface. Deep down, there is no difference there. So then why demarcation? And then you see the possibility of enlightenment for yourself through the practice of compassion. You see the benefit of compassion, wisdom of emptiness. You see the risk of samsara. So you become naturally passionate, much more passionate than earning money. Because we know money could be stolen. We know it's not everything, but still we are passionate. We are passionate about things which are not that important. So in Milarepa's poem he says, something which is not sublime, we view them as sublime. Something which has no essence, we hold onto them as if they have so much of essence. That's what exactly we are doing in samsara. So dharma, the pursuit of dharma, should make you passionate. That happens with study. Alright? So the study and contemplation, and in Buddhism, is always how, when, how, why. You should always question. When Buddha Shakyamuni has given the liberty to question his own teachings, that applies to the teachings of all his followers. So, then somehow you might come across some genuine teachers whose teaching might not be really that authentic. They mean well, but what they teach may not be that good. Even if they teach emptiness, their view of emptiness may not be proper. So what happens then? So As far as person is concerned, you always hold the person in respect. But as far as the teaching is concerned, you always investigate. When it comes to Dharma, you must always investigate. Once you are convinced, then no need for more investigation. But unless you are convinced, you must always investigate. But then, even if the person has given you a teaching which is not like foolproof, there is no reason to hold it against the person. He means well, or even if he didn't mean well, it's because of ignorance. So every basis of patience. So when you come across so many teachers in your life, ideally I would advise you not to submit yourself so easily to the teacher, because teachers could also exploit in the name of teacher. No, when people see interest in others, they are ready to exploit, because they have not really walked on with their emotions. No fear of emptiness, not compassion. So then, opposite of compassion is selfishness. And attachment, everything is there. And so they just use Dharma as an excuse to build up their pleasantries of this life. So no real renunciation. So such a person will easily be fallen into bad ways, where when they see opportunities, they will exploit. So therefore, although it is Dharma that you are listening to, unless you are convinced of the teacher, don't submit yourself to the teacher that easily. You can listen to the teaching in the spirit of discussion. That's the reason why from the beginning I said this should be informal. Because you don't know me, and neither do I know you. Ideally, we have to investigate one another, but in this 21st century, who has time for that? You don't have the luxury of time to do all those things. And neither do you have the society like let's say the Chinese or Tibetan society 100 years back. The whole society has the culture of Buddha Dharma. And the teachers, most of them were sincere. So there wasn't much risk of exploitation. But now we are in the 21st century. People have all different kinds of weird ideas to exploit others. And so there are so many who use Dharma to sell Dharma, to use Dharma to exploit others, and you might become a victim. Now, is it okay to listen to the Dharma without accepting the person as your teacher? Of course. When in Tantra it says, even if it takes 7 or 12 years to investigate, you must investigate. How do you investigate the teacher? One way is to listen to the teaching and see how much the person knows and how consistent, how true he remains to the teaching. So that means you are allowed. Again, Chim Jambanya, a great Tibetan scholar, in his commentary of Abhidhamma, Koshakarika, in his commentary of Vinaya, he says, even if you have listened to thousands of verses from a teacher, so long as you have not submitted yourself to the teacher, there is no commitment. But as a respectful individual, somebody who has good common sense, it's always good to remain grateful to the teacher for the teaching, but not submitting yourself easily. Once you are totally convinced of the teacher, then you submit. And then the risk is, even if the teacher teaches something which is not consistent with reality, you have every right to reject it. These are in 50 verses of Guru Yoga by Indian master. He says, if a teacher advises something which is inconsistent with Dharma, you always have to explain. why you are unable to abide. Or even if it's consistent with Dhamma, if you are in no position to do that, then you have to relate why you are not able to do, conform with the teaching. So, with that kind of attitude, you should study and practice Dhamma. However, if praying to the teacher, once you have accepted, seeing him as an emanation of a Buddha, there's a lot of merit in that. So you can do that, no problem. Doesn't mean that you have to say yes to his every whim. No, his or her. When it comes to Dhamma, always investigate. But when it comes to the teacher, you should have respect or peer perception. So that makes it easy. And sometimes you have multiple teachers, then what happens? Do you have to practice devotion to each of them? It's very difficult. Now the good thing is, for example, I have His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I have viewed His Holiness as an emanation of the Buddha of compassion. And His Holiness really embodies compassion. For His Holiness, there is no difference. Whoever comes in front of him, or whoever the person is, doesn't matter. His Holiness has such impeccable compassion. I have full faith in His Holiness' wisdom and compassion. In fact, on a personal level, I'm totally convinced that if there is an emanation of Buddha, an ever compassionate Buddha, if His Holiness is not an emanation, then I don't think we'll find a better example of an emanation of a Buddha. So, as far as viewing His Holiness with pure intention, pure devotion is concerned, for me, it's so easy. Now, I have other teachers who are not that, as compared to His Holiness, the other teachers, His Holiness towers above all these teachers, so they're not that good. But then, of course, they have played a role in my own spiritual upbringing. And ideally, if possible, I have to look at all of them in the light of a Buddha. How do I do that? Well, one of my teachers, a great meditator, gave this instruction to me. He said, Ling Rinpoche, the tutor senator of His Holiness, has given that instruction to me, him. So he told us that if you could view all other teachers as an emanation of your main teacher, becomes easy. Becomes easy. So you have your own individual teacher, whoever it is, in whom you have such deep respect. So use that teacher, the devotion for that teacher, and then reflect it on all the other teachers. You see them as emanations of that main teacher. And in the state of Buddhahood, the Buddhas, there are two versions, some of them. They say one, they are enlightened, they merge. All of them, consciousness merge. One version is, they do not merge, they have their own continuity, but then you can't really distinguish. Because as far as wisdom is concerned, impeccable. You cannot say this Buddha's wisdom is less than that Buddha. As far as compassion is concerned, impeccable. Ability to help sentient beings is concerned, impeccable. So only on the basis of the continuity of the mind you can make a distinction. So that's my understanding of how to interpret the merging of the minds of the Buddhas. So, when it comes to taking refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, the real refuge is the truth of cessation, the path that leads to cessation, the liberation that you actualize within yourself. That's the real refuge. That's the real refuge. With that in focus, then the Buddha is your teacher who gives you instruction. If you don't listen to the instruction, you'll never attain that liberation within yourself. So the Buddha is only like a teacher, and the Sangha is your support system. Because they practice the path to liberation, and they show you example, set an example, support you. All right, so that should be the aspiration of a Buddhist practitioner in general. And then when you are concerned only of your personal liberation, that's okay. That's too okay. But it's better always to look for more, aspire for more, if you could. And we have, the mind has the ability to get enlightened. And even if you have attained liberation or arahathood in the path of Shavaka and Pratika Buddha, you still have to get enlightened. It's in a way, it's good to aspire for enlightenment from the beginning. So, to do that, first you have to practice renunciation and compassion. Renunciation for yourself, not really being attracted by the pleasantries of this life, by aspiring for something better, longer lasting. That's renunciation, aspiring for liberation, because you are dissatisfied with goods and bads of things which are samsaric, things which are delusional, tainted by delusion, permeated by ignorance. So you look for something better than that, and so you aspire for liberation from ignorance. And as a result of elimination of ignorance, then all delusions that arise from the ignorance, elimination of all those delusions that arise from ignorance will be eliminated with the elimination of ignorance. Then no karmas triggered by these delusions will be committed. And you don't have this ordinary set of body that is the basis of suffering. So that's liberation. That's what liberation is. So it's worthwhile to pursue that if you can do that. So with that in intention, then you have to take refuge. Refuge in the Dhamma means, please show me the teachings. Show me the path that you have transcended. Show me the path that you have treaded, so that I also become like you. That's taking refuge in Buddha. Taking refuge in Dhamma means scriptural Dhamma. You study them, you contemplate on them to actualize the real Dhamma, the truth of path, or wisdom of emptiness, and truth of cessation, elimination of your delusions. To actualize that, first you study, then you contemplate, then you meditate. And then you can see changes in you. So that is taking refuge in Dhamma. Sangha means looking at the example as a source of inspiration. Or a Sangha could also be a Buddha. Buddha is also Sangha. Sangha means somebody who has attained to the truth of cessation. Or if you take into consideration the 5 parts, part of preparation, part of accumulation, part of preparation, part of seeing or insight, part of meditation, part of no meditation. So that's enlightenment or liberation. So beyond the 3rd part of insight, of seeing, whoever has achieved part of insight, man, women, whatever, that is a Sangha, not necessarily a monk or monastic. Monastics are the ordinary Sangha, for combination of 4, a group 4, and more than 4. This ordinary Sangha from the Vipasika point of view, and so that's what is considered Sangha. But the real Sangha is somebody who has realized emptiness directly. That is real Sangha. Alright? So taking refuge in the real Sangha is completely reliable. Why? Because the real Sangha has no gross delusions that we have. Will not exploit. And because he is so convinced of his path, and because he has every experience that leads to that path, when he shows you the path to that, he can make no mistake. So relying on Sangha. Otherwise, nowadays we have, I don't know whether they are really monks or nuns, but people with this robe, they can do all bad things. They can also. That means no real Sangha. But now, in order to do all those things, you also need discipline, a lot of discipline. Even to study in the classroom, if you have no discipline, can you study? Can you study if everybody is shouting? No, you need discipline. So physical discipline, mental discipline. Right. So physical discipline is you're refraining from the physical negativities. So the monastic discipline is more like physical discipline, more physical and verbal discipline than mental. So self-liberation is physical discipline, easier. Then Bodhisattva vows, more mental discipline. Tantric vows, more mental. But nowadays, people don't go for the self-liberation vow, even if it's easier, and they aspire for Bodhisattva vows and Tantric vows, which are so difficult. Ideally, you have to train in them systematically. Even the 7 self-liberation vows, you have to go train in them systematically. So there is a sequence when it comes to the teachings of Bodhisattva Muni. But in our own approach, we don't seem to have any sequence. We just want to go to the top floor directly without ascending the ground floor, or first or 2, second, third. Anyway, now that we have access to Tantra, we have to, such a rare opportunity, so of course you have to practice Tantra. But your practice of Tantra will never become fruitful if you don't have the practice of bodhicitta, of way of emptiness. And for them to become proper, you have to practice discipline. So celibacy is not a punishment, or the monastic vow is not a punishment. It's actually training your mind in such a way that it becomes very sharp. When you're physically disciplined, then only can you train your mind in wisdom properly. And also it's much easier for concentration. But if you are family, of course you can practice to some extent, but then your attention always diverted to children, their future. Even if they have grown up, again your grandchildren doesn't end. So discipline is at the heart of Buddha's teaching. At every level you have to practice discipline, mental, physical. Sometimes you might think it's difficult to practice discipline, but nothing is difficult once you have familiarized with the concept, with the reason. And many of these negative mindsets, delusions arises in us because of exaggeration. I'll deal with that later. Once you are able to curb exaggeration, minimize exaggeration, counteract exaggeration, then discipline is not difficult. Controlling your negative emotions is not difficult. And you will enjoy actually practicing discipline. Right. Then when your mind is disciplined, then you create the right condition for concentration. And when your mind is concentrated, when there is focus there, then wisdom of emptiness will really take residence, will really take shape. But for that, you also need the support of karma, good karma, blessings of your masters and so forth. So in the practice of Dharma, it says, speaks of three kinds of necessities or approaches. One is purification of your negativities. Another one is accumulation of good merits. And the real one is the practice, the real practice of meditation. But to practice meditation, you have to study how to meditate, what to meditate on. Simply keeping your mind blank, that is not meditation. Even rabbits, they can do that. All right, so, yeah, question and answer. Yeah, half an hour for question and answer, and then in the afternoon we'll start with the text. So that's a general presentation of Dharma. It's very important. It's very important. When you have just the map of Dharma, then you know where to go. And then you fill in the minor details here and there. And you always work on filling the details here and there. You have some understanding today, proper understanding, some confusion. You always keep the confusion on the side. And then try to work on that. And that's how you build up. Just as you build up your bank balance, you also build up the Dhamma balance, Dhamma bank balance. Okay? Any questions? Yes, please. Any kind of question? Or should I continue teaching? Yes. Yeah, Mike is here.
So you said the mind and the body. I was thinking, this is just my own perspective. I feel that the mind is also something internal, and if we speak, that we can express what kind of mindset we have. But our body is also an external, visible source of the mind. So let's say if you exercise, it shows what kind of mindset you have, whereas someone who doesn't exercise, it shows what kind of mindset they have. So do you agree with this perception that how important the body and the mind is
for our well-being?
You're right.
Mm-hmm. And how they're interrelated? Yes. Now you see, when we speak of mind, we are not speaking of mind as a single entity. That's why it's important, crucial to understand the psychology as taught by Indian masters, as taught by Buddhist Shakyamuni and interpreted and elaborated by Indian masters, followed by Tibetan masters and masters from every other Buddhist tradition. It's important to understand mind. Now let me explain mind in a little detail. What do you really understand by mind? First, we have to see if mind is physical or not. Mind is physical or not. Its nature. What is the nature of mind? What is the nature of mind? Understanding the nature of mind means whether mind is physical or not physical. All right? You have to define, not describe, define mind. What is mind? So of course it has impermanence, nature and so forth. But now whether it's perceptible by your senses, 5 senses, or not, that's one thing. Something that you can see with your bare eye, that's form, right? Form. Physical form. Something which you can see with your eye, that is physical. Something which you can hear by your ears, that is sound, that is also form, but not not like a visible form. Visible means to the eye, but that is also form. Smell, also physical. Taste, also physical. Touch, tactile object, also physical. So these 5 objects of your 5 senses, these are all physical entity. Right? You understand that? So we have 5 sensorial minds. Now if I ask you to think of your home or your friends, good friends, are you using your 5 senses? No. You are using another mind. You have a recollection of what you did yesterday. You have thoughts of what you are going to do tomorrow. Right? And if you know some prayer, if I asked you to recite the prayer, again, there's some thought going here before it comes from your mouth. Some thought going internally. Right? Whether it's in the brain or somewhere else, there's something. And you can do that by closing your eye, ear. You can still think. Right? So that's what we call it as 6 mental consciousness. Right? So mind, consciousness, awareness, no difference in Buddhism. Nowadays, people write independently through their own understanding without conforming to any kind of scripture. That is a different case. Otherwise, I don't think awareness, mind, consciousness, no difference. So mind itself is not one single entity. We have sensorial minds, 5 sensorial minds, and then mental consciousness, 6 basically. And within all these 6, take the mental consciousness, there is primary mind, secondary minds, filter 1, secondary minds, negative minds, positive minds, neutral minds, all kinds of minds, virtuous, non-virtuous, delusional, non-delusional, all sorts of minds there, secondary. And then primary mind. Primary and secondary mind means they basically are concomitant, means they are always in unison, always associating with one another, like the king and his retinue. Right? The king doesn't go alone, he always go with his retinue or entourage. King is the boss, and the ministers, they have their specific roles. The king doesn't have a specific role, but he has the overall responsibility of the nation. Likewise, all these mental and like secondary minds, they have their specific functions, unique functions. The primary mind doesn't have a particularly unique function, but the functions of all these merge. All these become the function of the primary mind. So wherever these secondary minds focus, or if the secondary minds are attentive, the primary mind also attentive. So you have to understand the division of Buddhist minds in Buddhist psychology, and that's one side. And also secondary minds and primary mind, basically also they in the sensorial consciousness, mental consciousness, secondary minds and primary minds there. Sensorial consciousness, secondary primary mind there. That's grossly speaking. Now there are subtle levels of the minds. Mind at the awakened state, presently. Right? Again, the mind, when your mind is relaxed in the morning, fresh. And at that time if you study or memorize by heart, because your body is relaxing, your mind is fresh, the mind is subtler and sharper. And then if you eat something, the mind, subtlety of the mind declines. So mind at the awakened stage, non-meditative mind at awakened stage, different levels also there, subtlety is there. The meditative mind is subtler. Meditative mind cannot be sensorial. You don't meditate with your eyes, senses. You form an image of what you meditate on there and complete completely reject or remain oblivious to whatever appears to your senses and focus on the image formed mentally. Think of somebody you like and form of the picture of the person, image of the person in your mind. Focus on that. That's meditation, not sensoria. And whatever you hear, see, just totally reject. That's how you do meditation. Sixth mind. Right? So that is subtler. Once your focus becomes very strong, then in front of your eyes, even the eye is wide open. Eyes are wide open. You won't see anything. There was one great Tibetan meditator called Tukyo Rinpoche. So some among friend of mine, he told me he went with one of his friends to offer his respect and get blessing from that Rinpoche. So he went with kata and fruits and so forth. The Rinpoche was, because he was meditating himself, a hermit, like that. So he didn't, and they waited half an hour, not saying anything. Then they went back. Or maybe Rinpoche was cross with them, so they thought. They didn't know that he was in meditation. The next day he went, and then he was reading some text. And then, Rinpoche, we came to see you yesterday. Oh, so we were the people who left those fruits here. He didn't see them at all. Eyes wide open. That's what meditation is. Subtler. And there's different subtleties. And then, when you go to sleep, the impact of your mind on your emotions, if you have a dream of somebody, either you hate so much or you love so much, very vivid, clear dream, the impact of that dream will show on your emotion the morning you wake up. So, dream state mind. Also different subtle levels. Sometimes your mind is so dull that the dream is quite vague. You know that you dreamt of something, but you don't really know exactly what you dreamt. Right? But sometimes the dreams are so vivid that you really feel that you were not dreaming, but it was an awakened state. But when you get out of when you wake up from the dream, you are surprised that that's a dream. So, subtlety there. And then, so there are different subtle levels. There are different levels of the mind. Mind, at the grosser level, work in combination with the body. Right? So, your body could impact the mind. Mind could also impact the body. Simply because they impact one another doesn't mean that one. If you are married, your wife could impact your behavior. Your behavior could also impact her. Doesn't mean that you are just one person. You just work in unison in a family. So in a family of a human, we have mind and body. They work in unison. Now we have to really look if we can separate the mind and body. Separate them from one another. Natural separation happens when you die. And that's another matter. When you commit suicide, you won't be able to do the investigation. So now, what are the means? One thing is, have you ever been to India or Nepal? No. Someday when you go, particularly in Nepal, there are some individuals who we call as mediums of spirits. Bad or good, doesn't matter. Or oracles, or Dhamma protectors. Now observe these individuals. Yeah. When they are not in trance or not possessed by another spirit, they may not really speak the Tibetan language. But once they are possessed by a spirit, they behave completely differently. they behave differently as another individual in a different body. And when you ask after the spirit has left the body, if you ask the medium, while the spirit possessed you, what did you think? The person doesn't remember anything. The mind has completely blacked out, as if in deep sleep. So that means something entered the body and become conscious, while the real person's mind was unconscious. There's something you can do. Now, I can give you one story, and you can do something similar in future. A Geshe friend of mine, a great scholar, he and another Geshe want some evidence to prove that mind is not physical. So what they did was, they went to the medium, a Nepali woman who didn't speak any Tibetan. It's a great thing to see there. She didn't speak any Tibetan, but she was being possessed by different kinds of spirits. So then he himself, he told me, was convinced that some other being enters the body of that woman, and she was speaking many languages. But now they really need to do their own investigation. So then, in Tibet, we have different kinds of Dhamma protectors, volunteer Dhamma protectors. Now, one group of volunteer Dhamma protectors, female group, is called Siringchenga, the 5 sisters of Siringma. So 5 sisters. If you know Jizu Milarepa's biography, then you will know that he is the one who actually bound them to oath. So 5 sisters of Siringma. So from them, the eldest sister, I think the eldest, Siringma, they did a libation, okay, prayer. And while once having done the invitation of Siringma, then one of them spoke. Tomorrow morning at 9, we are going there to the Nepalese lady. So at that time they were not able to see because there was no medium. So they simply spoke. Tomorrow morning we are going, after having done the invitation, they said, tomorrow morning we are going to go there at 9. And if you're there, please come inside her. And we need this for some proof. To prove that mind could be non-physical. And the next morning around 8:50 they were there and waited. And then exactly at 9, something entered the women. Now you see, these spirits, they also have their own hierarchy. A spirit, there are some spirits are king spirits, some are almost like servants, some are just associates. So whoever has a stronger authority, once they are there, the other spirits, they need permission from that to enter the medium. So for Siringma being a realized being, she has more kind of a power of other spirits. So she entered the medium exactly at 9. And then they asked the medium, who are you? The moment he asked the spirit, who are you? Siringma, with hand like this. Siringma. Then he spoke for several minutes, and he told me that 80% of the language that she spoke was understandable, and 20% not understandable, because he felt that it's actually kind of a local dialect that the spirit Siringma was, the protector Siringma was speaking. All right? So that's one evidence. We also have many oracles, like I have Siringma's real oracle is in Dharamsala. When she enters the oracle, the medium, the whole face of the medium completely changes and becomes really wrathful. The eyeballs, they roll up. It's horrible to watch the face of the lady who usually has so much of compassion, so much of affection on her face. But once she's possessed by the spirit, she becomes very terrifying. So there are things like that you have to see. And then there are tangible evidence. There's tangible evidence of people remembering their past lives, even after they were cremated, put to fire. And you have to see the correlation between the person, individual who died, and this young child who remembers. So if that is there, then even if the physical thing is destroyed, something continues, which we call as mind. Mind continues. So that's a proof that mind is not physical, non-physical. Because it's non-physical, destruction of physical brain or the body doesn't destroy the mind. So I'll explain about concept reincarnation later. So while we have this gross level of body, mind and body work together. So they impact one another. My own theory or understanding why they influence one another is because the subtle wind energy, the wind energy is the mount of the mind, like a horseman and a horse. If the horse moves, the horseman will also be swayed. Likewise, if the horseman moves, the horse will also be swayed, right? Because they are riding together, always concomitant with one another. So in a way, at a subtle level, our body and mind also concomitant. And grosser level also, these gross levels of minds and the body also concomitant. So they influence one another. That's why when you are younger, your mind is more fresh. But as you get older, the basis of your mind, it becomes older and older, and the ability to help support the mind, particularly with respect to the memory, is limited. So your memory declines. But one thing is, if you do meditation, despite the age, you can still maintain impeccable memory. That is proof that if you work on the mind, even if this physical body gets older, your memory does not necessarily need to become bad. Does that make sense to you? Okay.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Right. Second question? All right, so when is the next session?
2 o'clock?
All right. So, yeah, so after lunch, relax, and then at 2 we'll come and I'll surely start the text then. All right? Thank you. welcome back. Wasn't the lunch break too long? Yeah. So maybe tomorrow we'll get back earlier and we'll get more time for teaching and stop maybe a little earlier. Like get back at 1:30, finish by 3:30. Or if you want to go, maybe go until 4. So what did you talk during the lunch? Okay, now the text.
I have a question.
The question can wait because this is the beginning. Or is it that urgent?
I think it might be of interest. The 37 practices of Bodhisattva, could you just briefly explain the relation between that and the way the Bodhisattva was studied?
All right, yes, okay. So the answer will come later, okay? So, Buddha Shakyamuni gave different kinds of teachings, particularly according to the understanding of Indian masters and Tibetan masters. He gave teachings that piled up to 84,000 treatises or heaps. And the content of his teachings could be divided into 3. Those that teaches discipline, 1. Those that teaches wisdom, 2. And those that teaches concentration, 3rd. So this text is a commentary of those texts that mainly focus on concentration. So we have prostrations to the Bodhas and Bodhisattvas here. I'll explain this later. And when the Buddha Shakyamuni gave his teachings, initially those teachings were not written. People have good memory power to grasp the meaning properly, and the meanings, the words and the meanings were retained and transmitted from one person to another, but were not written. But after the Buddha passed away, then those who followed him decided that it's important to compile the teachings of Buddha so that they are not lost. So there have been 3 phases of compiling the teachings of Buddha. The Arhats, or the 4 destroyers, who have completely eliminated the delusions, not the delusional obscuration. So in a way there are no more samsaric beings. Those who have attained that recited whatever they had heard from the Buddha, and so those were written down, probably initially on palm leaves and later then inscribed on wooden block, iron block. And those teachings were then made available, and then came the universities, particularly in Nalanda University, Vikramshila University, lots of universities around India to study those teachings that were then compiled and preserved. And successive Indian masters have written commentaries to the teachings, because the teachings were so vast and deep that without commentaries, the teachings are not self-explanatory, so you need really qualified teachers to explain them to you. So commentaries came to being, Indian commentaries by Indian masters. The teachings emphasizing on bodhicitta, the ultimate fear of emptiness, also tantrena, those fall into the category of the Hinayana, Mahayana teachings. So those were not really taught very publicly during Buddha's own time. So the problem is the teaching that he gave during his own time to the public were preserved in Theravada tradition or Hinayan teachings. And so the mass population were not introduced to the teaching of compassion, not as they are explained in detail in Mahayana text. But those were given to selected disciples. And so for that reason, many scholars who adhere to the tradition of the Hinayan teaching, they think Mahayana is not authentic teaching of Buddha Shakyamuni. In a way, there is some reason because the Buddha did not teach them publicly. However, His Holiness Dalai Lama usually says, if that was the case, then those probably the teachings as found in Mahayana text probably were invented, or you can also say concocted, or written by the later Buddhist masters. So Buddha never taught that. If that is the case, then if you really look at the depth of these two teachings, although there is no contradiction, Mahayana is laid on the foundation of Hinayana, but an advanced version of whatever the Buddha taught in a Hinayan treatises. So that means an advanced version of Hinayana is Mahayana. Advanced version means you do not get rid of the Hinayan teachings. These are there at the core of Mahayana, but amplified version. So then we have to say, those who have written by Mahayana teachings, if these were not given by Buddha Shakyamuni, they were more skillful than the Buddha himself. And that is unacceptable. Then again in Shantideva 6, probably in the 9th chapter, he says, nobody is born as a Buddhist from the beginning. You call the teachings in Theravada as Buddha's teachings because the teachings emphasize on the Four Noble Truths, the True Truth, the 37 practices, and the 3 trainings. All these are there in the Mahayana. So if you look at the content of this teaching, they completely complement one another, except that if you only conform to the the teachings of Hinayana, then you, although it is completely okay to pursue self-liberation, you appreciate it more if you could expand the sphere of your concern towards other sentient beings. And even better, if you take it good, if you have the courage and ability or the wisdom to take upon yourself the responsibility of relieving the sufferings of other sentient beings, to such an extent that ultimately your intention is not just to eliminate their sufferings for now or in future, but entirely. Not just that. not just a wish to liberate them from samsara, but a wish to lead all sentient beings to the perfect state of enlightenment. So that is really great. If somebody does want something good, we appreciate it. If he does that continuously, we always appreciate it. If the benefit encompasses the well-being of the entire sentient beings, not just humanity, that is great. So Mahayana teaches that. So if Mahayana has not been taught by the Buddha Shakyamuni himself, then we have to say the later scholars who taught Mahayana were more skillful than Buddha Shakyamuni, in which case the Buddha is not really enlightened. And so that's a way to reason that Mahayana is actually Buddha's own teaching, although he did not teach them publicly, but to selected disciples, because only people with broad mind, in-depth wisdom, in a way, are capable of receiving all the teachings of Mahayana. But that doesn't mean that you cannot expand your mind if it's not that wide. Doesn't mean that you cannot increase the depth of your wisdom. No. Because deep within us, we have the Buddha nature. Buddha nature means the ability to become Buddha. Why is that so? Because ignorance, which is at the root of all our defilements, all our negativities or constraints, that's actually not consistent with reality. It's misinterpret. Ignorance misinterpret reality, and reality of things being dependent on one another and being empty is intact, is there. So ignorance distorts reality. So ignorance, the way it apprehends reality, is distortion. But then this distortion can be removed through proper understanding of the reality, the ultimate nature. Because of that, we say delusions that arise from ignorance are advantageous, because ignorance does not have a solid basis in reality, concrete foundation. So ignorance can be uprooted entirely because it is not based on reality. It is just an unfortunate misinterpretation of reality that can be overcome completely. Therefore, all delusions that arise from ignorance, they can also be eliminated. For that reason, we say delusions are advantageous, not an inseparable part of your being, your mind. That means if delusions are not inseparable entity of your mind, they can be extracted, they can be eliminated. So therefore we call delusions are advantageous. The nature of all things is empty. Because of that, we have the ability to become enlightened, because ignorance can be completely uprooted, eliminated. And if ignorance can be completely eliminated, the stains of ignorance can also be eliminated entirely. And complete elimination of even the stains of ignorance is called enlightenment. So the ignorance that we have has not solid foundation, because the reality of everything is empty of independent existence, emptiness. Whereas ignorance, things seem to be, ignorance apprehends things to be existing independently. So it contradicts with reality. So because there is contradiction with reality, reality can never be challenged. Misperception can always be challenged. So ignorance has no solid foundation. So it's very unstable in a way. And then our mind also, delusions are not inseparable entity of the mind, because if our mind by nature is negative, then there is no time when we have good part of us, but we have sometimes anger, Sometimes we have empathy, sometimes there's confusion, sometimes there's affection. So if you look at a mirror, if a white person comes in front of the mirror, it will reflect his complexion. If a brown like me comes in front, it will reflect whatever is there. So the mirror's color is neither the complexion of the white person, nor the brown, nor the black. It's neutral. Right? So because of that, similarly, our mind, when it's exposed to negative elements, negative conditions, there is confusion, there is jealousy. But if exposed to good elements, good conditioning, then there is positivity. But if you expose the mind to neither positive nor negative, in its natural state, it's neutral. So for these are the reasons why we say we have the seat of enlightenment. All right? It's not that there is something solid here, which is the Buddha seat. No, nothing like that. All right? So, aspiration to become Buddha, infused by compassion. That's the mind that aspires to become enlightened for the sake of all sentient beings, to lead all sentient beings to the complete state of enlightenment, infused by compassion, and then wishing to aspire, wishing to get enlightened oneself. That kind of mind is called bodhicitta. Bodhicitta. All right. Bodhicitta. For bodhicitta to take root, you should have renunciation. Renunciation is the root of bodhicitta. Without renunciation, you cannot have genuine bodhicitta. You can simply, flaunt bodhicitta. You can simply flaunt compassion. But if you are preoccupied by the concerns of this life, you cannot really be compassionate to others. The pleasantries that we have in this life, in a way, yes, attractive, but quite flimsy, quite short-lived. And as we live life, does it get better and better? No. Initially, yes, when you are small, you grow and you have so many ideas, so many dreams. But when you really become matured, then you get a job and you get married. Initially, you are excited meeting your partners, but novelty slowly vanishes, and you maybe discard one, go for another one. Again, novelty vanishes. The same with food, anything that we have. It doesn't get better at all. So, being dissatisfied with short-lived experiences, and also which are maybe good experiences, not really good, but still reasonably good experiences, and not only that, but being really discontented with the nature of our existence, that we have sickness, aging, death, even when we are in this, what we call as joyful realm. Tendo. So even when we have this human capability, human life, we are not really happy. What to speak of the lives of animals, creatures, hungry ghouls, those in the hell realm? They're really happy. Even if you are born in the higher realms, the celestial upwards, the heavenly realms, for the time being you are happy. Maybe even it's for hundreds or thousands of years. You are happy, but once you die from that, what happens? You are still in the entanglement, vicious circle of suffering, short-lived experiences of pleasure, continuously. And now, not only now, to contemplate the sufferings of lower realm, because it's difficult to believe in hungry ghouls, it's difficult to believe in hell. But you have jealousy, you have anger. Do you really enjoy these negative defilements that you have? Nobody really. We feel so helpless in the face of these emotional turmoils. But when you really look into these, they are all rooted in the belief that things have an absolute nature. So it's worthwhile to pursue paths that somehow, at least for the moment, reduces the impacts of these negative emotions, and then if it's possible to uproot them entirely. So that is renunciation, being dissatisfied both with the pleasantries of life as well as the sufferings of life. Not just this life, life to come. Vicious circle of birth, aging, death in 6 realms of existence. So when you are entangled by delusion, you are not free at all. Whoever you are, even if you are the king of the whole world, you are still not free. Today you might think, oh, I'm young and energetic and beautiful and great. But your day is going to come when you again become slow down. Today it's others' turn to suffer. Tomorrow it's your turn to suffer. So being dissatisfied with both the goods and bads of samsaric life and aspiring for something greater, something eternal, long-lasting, perennial. That's, if it's possible, we should pursue it. So that pursuit, that aspiration is liberation. Renunciation, if you wish it for yourself. If you extend it for others and make it your responsibility to lead them to perfection out of compassion, concern. That is bodhicitta. All right. So this text speaks on how to do that, how to generate bodhicitta. And insofar, since the time this text was composed, I think this is the single most handy text that prescribes practices to practice bodhicitta, compassion, 6 perfections. So this text is, I would say, the most popular text, which is honest. Dalai Lama is so fond of teaching, and I'm happy to have done this translation. It will come into print soon, but we have the translation here. It's not completely edited properly, entirely, but except the footnotes, I think that the main text is edited. All right, and then Shantideva was an Indian master around between 7th and 8th century. He was a prince, Indian prince, and at the age of, but in India, the prince, the princes, they also study dharma and practice so forth. Around the age of 16, he was supposed to be enthroned as the new king, and he was ready to take the responsibility. He has genuine concern for the sentient beings, and he wants really to eliminate sufferings of his subjects. So he decided to take on the throne of the king. But on the night before he was supposed to be enthroned, in his dream he saw Manjushri sitting on the throne, saying, "This is my throne, and this is my throne, and then I'm going to sit on this throne." Manjushri questioning him. And the next day it occurred to me, well, by sitting on this throne, I'm disrespecting Manjushri, because his main deity was Manjushri. And then he got this message from Manjushri that you should note how successful you are in this life, how marvelous the kingdom might seem, you should not be attached to worldly things. Even if you have the king's position, that's not enough. So he got this message indirectly, and then he went to Nalanda University, became ordained, and studied. And he became very well learned, not just in scripturally learned, but realizationally, he became very experienced and had reached very high level of realizations. And then he decided to hit his qualities, spiritual attainments, and outwardly people would see him sleeping, eating, and defecating. That's these three. So then he was known with the nickname the monk with three intentions. Intention of sleeping, eating, and then going to the toilet. And then many thought, okay, this monk, because he isn't really doing anything religious, doesn't deserve to be in the monastery. But you can't really expel somebody just like that. So there must be an excuse. He should be put into some kind of ordeal following which he will leave by himself the monastery. So during one of the binomial confessions, what they decided to do was ask him to teach during the confession ceremony, the congregation. And initially he declined, and they persisted, and then he accepted. But then they made it very difficult him. They made the throne so high, and with no kind of a staircase to go up, made it impossible to climb up for him. Now they wanted to see, just to embarrass him. And when he saw the throne, and he just went up to the throne, pressed the throne with his hand, and he came down, and it just flew on the throne, and then started teaching this text. When he reached the 9th chapter, then he actually vanished in the air. People could not see him, but hear his teachings. And then, from then onwards, there are two versions. Some say that he only taught up until the 9th chapter. There is a particular verse, when we come to that verse, I know in Tibetan, but I don't know in English. So it's about emptiness of. Yeah, when functional and non-functional entity do not lay bare in the front of the eye. So that's the line. In front of the thought, in front of you, that's the line. So when he came, when he spoke those verses, then he vanished in the sky. And then he went to the South India. And then people trace him. They sent in the text itself, he speaks of compendium of lapa means discipline, and Dodikundu, and compendium of sutras. These two texts, he says you should study them often and again. And so they wanted to know what those two texts that he had composed were, and where could they get those two texts. So two bhikshus was sent to invite him. So at that time we don't have this modern way of publishing the books and so forth. The books were not available in abundance. And so and then he told them that in his room, if you look at the beam over there and look up there, you will see those two texts lying there, fitted within the beams. And so they took those two texts, and those two texts were published. So Shantideva was not just a great practitioner, but he was a very, very great logician. Here, he uses reasoning over and again, why compassion is necessary, why being compassionate is good for you, and being selfish is not good for you at all. All right, so that's it. In the past translations that you might have come across, there are different titles, right? One is Guide to the Buddhist Sattva's Way of Life. But the Tibetan commentary is Chanjusubha Chopa Chopa. Chopa means deeds, Chanjusubha means Bodhisattva, Chopa means engage. So, critically speaking, the topic should be translated as engaging in the deeds of Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattva, Charya, Charya means deeds, Bodhisattva, Charya, Avatara means engage. Right. So when Indian texts were, the texts were translated into Tibetan, because they had an Indian name, the Tibetan translators ensured that the name of the text is written, preserved in Sanskrit, in order to ensure the source of the text to the Sanskrit tradition, to the Indian masters who have written that. And then they have written in Tibetan. Now, third one I have written in English. So in Sanskrit, 4 of the 4 languages, Sanskrit was considered the language of the scholars and the language of the Buddha. So this text was written in Sanskrit by Shantideva. So in Indian, Bodhisattva Charyavatara. In Tibetan, Chanjusubha Chopa Chopa. English, engaging in the deeds of Bodhisattva. So that's the name of the text. Now, prostration to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So this is not part of the text. It's a supplication by the translators. Now, usually when we do some positive activity, before doing the positive activity, in order to ensure that we succeed in the activity, we pray, offer prayers to the sublime beings, to the true jewels. So likewise, to ensure that, because this is a very positive karma, to ensure that this succeeds, the translation succeeds, translators translators prostrate, offer their supplications or prostrations to the sublime beings. All right? And usually, because it's the way of the learned ones, the way of general practitioners to offer supplications and prayers to sublime beings before any kind of venturing into any kind of dharmic activity, to be consistent with that kind of legacy, also prostrations were offered. Now, why not Manjushri, or why not with the Shakyamuni? Why say prostrations to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? This was made mandatory. As I said earlier, the content of Buddha's teachings are classified into 3: discipline, concentration, and wisdom. But although this says all of them here, more emphasis is on concentration. Okay, for that, those among all sublime beings, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were the ones who are completely proficient or excelled, who completely excelled in concentration. So for that matter, the Tibetan kings made it mandatory for the translator letters that if it's the main content of the text is concentration, then you should offer supplication to the Buddhas and Bodhisattva. You cannot offer supplication to your own choice of deity or Buddhas. If the text speaks on wisdom, then Manjushri, supplication to the Manjushri. Translators made obeisance to Manjushri. If the text is on Vinaya or discipline, then they made obeisance, offered obeisance to the Buddha Shakyamuni, because as far as Vinaya or monastic discipline or code of conduct is concerned, the Buddha has the final authority. So for that reason, he made it mandatory. The text could either be those three, Tipakas. So 3 baskets. Of the 3 baskets, if it's one that speaks on concentration, then supplication to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. If it's something which speaks on wisdom, to Manjushri. If it's something which speaks on discipline or Vinaya, then Buddha Shakyamuni. So that was made mandatory by the Tibetan emperors for the translators. So prostration to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, that's supplication by the translator, not actually the part of the text composed by Shantideva. Shantideva did not say that. Okay? Now the first verse is Shantideva's own. Prostrating respectfully to the Sugatas endowed with Dhammakaya and noble children, and also to all those worthy of veneration engaging in the cause of the noble children of Sugata, is what I will explain briefly in according with the instructions. So, before venturing in any kind of positive activity, past masters, they always paid their respect to the sublime beings. So this is now Shantideva paying his obeisance or respect to the higher beings, so that this text that he was going to compose would be successful, and it also resonate well with the legacy of past masters. So, to the Sugata endowed with Dhammakaya and the noble children means, the first one is Sugata endowed with Dhammakaya means, these are Geshe Ngawang Sonam chaykolo kubechachene. Yeah, this, yeah. Sukata means so first one is to the Buddhas endowed with Dhammakaya. Usually we have, when we speak of Buddhahood, there are 2 kinds of Buddhahood. One is the mental attribute of Buddhahood and the physical attribute. In other words, the physical enlightened version of a being, as well as the mentally enlightened, the enlightened version of the mind. The enlightened version of the mind has also its quality of being free from delusions and their obscurations, that is Dhammakaya. The enlightened mind itself is Dhammakaya. Its quality of being free from obscurations, from negativity, that is also Dhammakaya. So when we speak of Dhammakaya, we speak of 2 kinds of Dhammakaya, right? Rajananda, Lopananda. Naturally pure version of Dhammakaya, and Dhammakaya which is free of adventitious delusions. So natural Dhammakaya means the emptiness nature of an enlightened mind. That is naturally pure. Naturally pure means impurity in this context is intrinsic or independent existence. And emptiness is the opposite of that. So naturally pure of that non-existence, independent existence. So, Rashinamda Gechayue, when you go. So, and another aspect of that is, as far as being empty of intrinsic existence is concerned, our mind also is pure of intrinsic existence. However, we have our delusions, so not free of adventitious delusions. So when the mind is completely free of adventitious delusions, then it has that quality of being pure, truth of cessation. So that is another kind of Dhammakaya. Then that is for one's own personal attainment. Being free from all the defilements, it's one attribute. Being endowed with all kind of understanding or realization is another attribute. Omniscience is necessary for one's own complete kind of maturation. At the same time, being free of all defilements is also an attribute. These are more for oneself than for others. But in order to do benefit others, you show your form, external form, to reach others. So then we have Rupakaya. Dhammakaya is for one, is a complete fulfillment of one's own attainment, complete enlightened version of for oneself. The enlightened version for the benefit of others is Rupakaya, the physical attributes that we. So Rupakaya has two. One is emanation body, one is Sampradakaya. Nimanakaya, Sampradakaya, Rupakaya. Dhammakaya has two. Natural truth body, and then primal wisdom truth body, two. Natural truth body and wisdom truth body. That's these two are Dhammakaya. So to the Sukata means those who have and Sukata in, okay, it's getting complicated, so just Sukata in this context means the Buddhas endowed with Dhammakaya. Their noble children means the Bodhisattvas are called children of Buddha. Because, alright, so in order to know why they are called children of the Buddhas, you have to study the first chapter of Supplementary to the Middle Way by Chandrakirti. So noble children means bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas are beings who have bodhicitta in their mind and who tread the path to enlightenment, who are not completely enlightened, but who are on the Mahayana path, the path to reach enlightenment, not completely enlightened, but who are treading on the path. Some may be on the accumulation path, path of preparation, path of insight, or part of meditation. Once you read part of normal meditation, then you are enlightened. So if you have the 5 parts of Mahayana, people on these 4 parts, the first 4 parts are bodhisattvas. Alright? And so they are called noble children of the Buddhas. That's an honorary term for them because they are almost like air. They have, because of the teachings of the Buddha, they have generated in themselves bodhicitta, and so it's a term for that. And all those worthy of veneration means, now as I told you earlier, people who may not have greater compassion, but who have still attained several paths in the Hinayana path. So they still have a lot of good qualities. So if they have attained the path of insight, they are also refuge, because they have realized emptiness directly. Excuse me. So they are Sangha. So these beings with wisdom of emptiness, their truth of cessation within, the quality of cessation, that's, so all of them, for their veneration, and all the teachings of Buddha, scriptural teachings, and the stupas and so forth. So all those worthy of veneration, okay, including your teachers and so forth. So Shantideva makes prostration to all of these beings, okay? And then why do you make these prostrations to these sublime beings? Because, he says, engaging in the courts of the noble children of Sugata is what I explain briefly in accordance with instruction. So, because he is going to compose this text called engaging in the deeds or courts of the noble children of the Sugatas. So in the Tibetan text we have Deshe Segi Dhamma Jupane Dom Sadatatana Tomatum. It's an ambiguous term. So one meaning of the term is summary, right, of the context of a Bodhisattva vehicle. That's one. Another meaning in Tibetan is quotes or vow. Vow. One is vow, one is summary. There is ambiguity in this text. But when I consulted the Sanskrit, summary is not the Sanskrit term for these, Sanskrit equivalent of these does not connote any kind of being the summary. It's just to be on the safe side to put it quote, which may be ambiguous, which may somehow resonate with both the meanings that are there in the Tibetan. But in Sanskrit there is the version, there isn't any interpreted the meaning. The Sanskrit equivalent of that does not have anything to do with summary. So maybe that's in Tibetan. Sometimes you translate into Tibetan, and translators do not go to the root and form their own commentaries. So that could be something that have happened. Anyway, that's, if you look at the footnotes, it's there. So now here Shantideva says, he made the pledge. The reason why sublime beings need to make the pledge is once they have made the pledge, and if it's reasonable, they will never give it up. So making a pledge is necessary. And some might say, oh, all right, but are you going to write something on your own? Right? If you're going to write on the courts of the noble children of Sugatas, that means the deeds, the vows of the Bodhisattva, how they should train, then are you going to write it on your own, or independently, or what? And here he says, well, in accordance with the instructions of the Buddhas. So he is not writing independently on his own. He is conforming to the teachings of the Buddha Shakyamuni that are there and writing a commentary on them. Right? And then people might ask, okay, in that case, aren't the teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni already available? Why do you need to write it here? And he says, I will explain them briefly here. Over there, these are all spread in huge corpuses that you may not have the time to look into all of them, and you may not even understand them properly. So I'm presenting them briefly here in a concise version. So there is no repetition there. Right? The Buddhas have already taught it, but I'm teaching them briefly here. And I'm not writing on my own, but I'm writing in accordance with the teachings of the Buddha. So I'm not deflecting from the mainstream of the teachings of the Buddha. That's what it says, okay? First verse. There is nothing to explain here that hasn't appeared before, neither do I have any skill in structuring of words. As such, I don't even have the thoughts of benefiting others. I've endeavored in this for my own for my mind to familiarize. So here, of course, Shantideva has a lot of compassion for other sentient beings, but humility is needed. For a practitioner, if you do not know how to show humility, then if you are a teacher or somebody in a position where people show you respect, you become boastful, you become arrogant, and as your ego gets boosted, it serves as a foundation for more negative defilements, mental defilements or delusions, and you'll make many mistakes, commit many negative karmas, and eventually these are not good for you. So humility is needed. And so Shantideva is saying, I haven't anything to say here that has not been said before, and I'm not actually skillful in instructional words. He's saying that because sometimes people, if the speaker has a lot of kind of skill in shaping his words, presenting them beautifully, there are writers who write such elegant, long sentences, and you try to find out what's the meaning of those long sentences. Then you can write them simply. They're just elaborating words just to convey a simple meaning. Well, of course, they are skillful in doing that. So we rely on people's skill in presenting the presentation, not looking into the content of what he is saying. If it's said beautifully, you just take it. Ideally, you shouldn't take how beautifully it is presented into consideration. You have to look what he is presenting, whether that's meaningful or not. So, for a Buddhist practitioner, your approach should be, you should not rely, there are 4 modes of reliance for a practitioner, as explained by Indian masters. The first one is, if 2 people are there, one is your mother, and another is just nobody. So, they speak, you ask some question, and they have 2 different answers. And simply because the one who is giving answer on one side is your mother, you give it preference usually. And you neglect this person's version because that person is nobody to you. Ideally, you should not rely on who the person is, but the words that they have to say. Rely on the words, not the person. That's important. Otherwise, you become judgmental and you'll not get the right answer. But then, sometimes, 2 people. One person is. Now, the second thing is, sometimes you get drawn to words so much so, beauty of words, and you are fascinated by poems that doesn't really mean much, but because the words are so beautiful. Just like being attracted to songs or dances, movements of your body. In a way, for the exercise is good, for the momentary, for the time being, beautiful to watch it. But then after shaking your legs for a few minutes, you might get some exercise, that's all. You accomplish. Listen to the music, For the few moments, you enjoy that, but then that's that. And same applies to poems. But sometimes people are so fascinated by these words. I was a musician at school. But the good thing is, after playing some kind of musical instrument for 5, 10, 15 minutes, is to get bored. That's a good thing. Now of course, as a monk, I can't play, but I used to get bored by playing, and I couldn't play a musical instrument, the same song for 2 or 3 times. No, I get very bored. So you really shouldn't be fascinated just by the words. You have to look into the meaning conveyed by the words. Right? So rely on the words, not the person. But when you have choice between words and meaning, you have to look at the meaning. Sometimes people might shout abuse or something. But if you really look at it, what he's trying to say, no matter how he presents himself, what he's saying, look what he's saying. If there's something to pick from there. So rely not on the word but the meaning. Okay? Rely not on the person but the words. And then you have to look at his words. But sometimes you get carried by the beauty of the word, not looking at the meaning. So then you have to rely more on the meaning than the words. Then now when it comes to the content of his words, the meaning, there are 2 kinds of meaning. One is the immediate meaning, one is a more hidden meaning with more essence. For example, if somebody is angry, he breaks a plate, and then you present another plate. Okay, break this too. The person is saying break this, but he didn't really mean that. Right? So he mean it's not good to break it. He just was giving it to you, break it too. Showing his disgust, showing his disagreement. But if you break it again, that's not beneficial for either of them. So therefore it's important to rely not on the immediate meaning or literal meaning, but the intended meaning. Now, if you look for the intended meaning, how do you know which meaning has more essence? The meanings that you get by using your senses, 5 senses, to see the short-term benefit, the long-term benefit, pros and cons, risk-benefit analysis is needed. And then you can really see the long-term consequences as against the short-term benefit, which is more important. And appearing later, if somebody is not physically attractive, you just shun away from the person. But the person could be learned, compassionate, has all the qualities of human being there. So if you just look at appearance level, because you are using your senses, you might be swayed into believing that there is nothing to offer. But if you really look into deeper, more by using your common sense, then you will come to realize that the person has a lot to offer. Likewise, when you look at phenomena around you, if you only rely on your senses to interpret them, your interpretation is to see the short-term benefit, the long-term benefit, So the appearing the reality that is there, that is also important, but more important that is the ultimate reality. So to get to the ultimate reality, you don't use your senses, but you use your mental consciousness. So rely on the mental consciousness, not on the senses. Here. All right. So these are 4 modes of reliance. So neither do you have any skill in instruction of words. So that's from there. So structuring of words is good, but just don't get carried away by a beautiful presentation of something which has no real essence. You have to look whether it's good for me right now, or how long is this benefit going to last. In economy, you speak of sustainability, right? Sustainable economy, right? That means you're speaking of long-term benefit. Do the same thing with everything in life. How sustainable is that? How long-lasting is that? And then okay. So when Shantideva says, I don't even have the thought of benefiting others, I've endeavored in this for my own mind to familiarize with, indirectly he is saying, because sentient beings are so flawed, so focused on some short-term benefits, they don't have the wisdom to really appreciate the meaning of what I have to say. And because of that, although I will be teaching this, I don't have much expectations from them. But out of compassion, I'm giving this teaching. That's what I'm saying. But, he said, if there are some people who have a different kind of mindset, who have the wisdom to discern, then they will appreciate the meaning of those. So indirectly he is insinuating that, however, if you are not mentally biased, and if you have some kind of wisdom to appreciate what is meaningful for you right now in the long run, then you will benefit. That's what he's saying. In order to habituate with virtue, with virtues for the moment, this will only increase the strength of my faith. This will be meaningful if others too, who have some similar fortune as me, come across them. So here he is actually saying, it will be meaningful to you if you have an unbiased mindset, or if you make an effort to look into what is more beneficial for you in the long run. The leisure and endowment is extremely hard to find. When that basis, that means this physical body and this human form, that is, when that basis which accomplishes the aspirations of beings is found, if no meaningful purpose is accomplished in this, when in future would you be perfectly endowed with it? So when you speak of leisure and endowment, it's we speak of the 18 attributes of a precious human being, right? 10 endowments and 8 leisures. That's what it means. Okay, the leisure and endowment, 8 leisures and 10 endowments, 5 with respect for oneself, 5 with respect to others. So if I were to go into detail, we'll not finish. But if you have some Naman text, or if you follow a Kagyu tradition, you have Tapotage, ornament of liberation by jewel ornament of liberation by Tapolaje, Kampowa. You get what leisure and endowment means, 18 attributes, okay. So these are some kind of attributes, some physical qualities that enable us to practice Dhamma properly. when that basis, when you have attained this precious human form, when that which accomplishes the aspirations of beings is found, means so when you have this attribute, the physical leisures, the endowments, and if you do not use it properly, then one day you'll die. And you will not have used properly the leisure, the endowment, or the qualities that your physical body has that enables you to achieve so much spiritually. Spiritually means attainment of paths towards liberation. All right? So here it's important to think of impermanent nature of death. One reason we don't really focus much on Dharma or the teachings of Buddha is we tend to think that we'll have time for that in future or when you retire. And for the time being, you tend to think it's more important to focus on things which practically matters. You might think like that. But is there any guarantee that you are going to live tomorrow? Give me 100% guarantee. Nobody has the guarantee. So it's important to think of the impermanence of death, not because to torture you, but to boost some kind of determination in you to practice Dharma. You need that kind of push. Otherwise, you relax. You will think, oh, Dharma is not that important. I'll do more important things. All right. Sometimes we have time for everything else, but not Dharma. You have time for garden. You have time for tea, hang around, movie, being tourist. But you have no time for Dharma. And you complain, oh, I have no time for Dharma. But if you make time, you have time for Dharma. So for that, it's important to think of impermanence of death. So in Tsongkhapa's lemon, it's interesting. Great treatise on the stages of path to enlightenment by Tsongkhapa. If people want, I also have the PDF version of those texts. You don't have to buy. You can get it from me after the teaching. So that's an English translation. So over there, he speaks of how to meditate on death, how to boost the fear, how to instill fear in you of death, so that it will boost your determination to practice. So he speaks of 3 roots, 9 reasoning, and 3 decisions. So I'll try to go through them here. The first one is death is inevitable. Of the 3 roots, first root is death is inevitable, or death is certain to come. That's the first root. Second one is the time of death is not certain. Death is certain, time of death is not certain. Third one is after death nothing helps other than the teachings, other than Dharma. 3. Death is certain, the time of death is uncertain. After death, nothing helps other than Dharma. 3 roots. Now, each of them has 3 attributes or 3 reason, three reasonings, sorry. 3 roots, 3 reasonings means 9 reasons. For the first one, that death is inevitable or certain. Now this has 3. No factor can stop that. That is inevitable. No force can stop that. That's the first thought. No force can stop that. And then as far as your longevity is concerned, is dwindling. And while you are alive, you might actually end up living your life without really doing dharma and then end it. So if you have these 3 reasoning, think of them. It's not to instill fear in you. Just if that is the purpose, then there is no benefit from it. But that is a fact, and you have to get used to the fact. Once you get used to the fact, although for the time being there is some kind of uneasiness there because of thinking of that, it will actually make you more passionate about dharma. And when that happens, then it builds a firm determination from within, and constantly you are going to use your time judiciously. So that is important. Should I go into these details? I'm not really sure. Okay, you read it from the text. I'll give you the text. Alright, come to me after this and you'll get these texts. But it's important to think of impermanence of death, because if it happens, doesn't matter. Some Tibetan masters says, if I do not die for a few more days, I'll ensure that my next life is safe. If I live for several years, I'll ensure that my enlightenment is guaranteed. That should be motivation. So, if you are a genuine practitioner, if you have some kind of refuge in you at the time of death, when you think of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas with fervent supplication, you don't have to fear of going down, no. For the Tibetans and Indian masters, fear of death is the real reason why we should practice Dharma. Because right now we are so focused on this life that sometimes we don't even have the guts to face reality. It's simply running away from fact will not solve the problem. Have the determination to see the reality. When the reality is there, what can I do about it? That should be the motivation. It's not to torture you, give you more pain. Never ever think like that. For me as a practitioner, this practice of impermanence, I think it's the strongest one. Of all the intentions, Atisha says, the intention of impermanence is the strongest one. You need that as a Dhamma practitioner. Don't run away from it, don't be scared. And if you're only attracted to what suits your interest, then what is the need? Once His Holiness was asked by some Indian, when I say His Holiness, I always mean His Holiness Dalai Lama, okay? So he was asked by some Indian masters, why do you give such complicated teaching? Why don't you simplify it? Then His Holiness responded, if I have to tell you what you already know, what is the benefit of coming and listening from me? So, doing something different, thinking if it's fat, you should never shy from that. And then you broaden your mind, you open your mind, and slowly you become stronger. It's important. So thinking of impermanence of death is not to torture you, all right? And you might think I'm going to have another 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, might say, but there is no guarantee. The causes of death are many, whereas the real conditions of survival are just not many. And even those conditions of survival that we think are good for your life, they may actually end up destroying you. The facilities that you have, these are actually supposed to give you more happiness in this life. But you never know these will be the causes of your death. And then, with every minute, your life ends. But as I told you, it's just this part of life that's ending. There's no real end there. You are again reincarnate. So better to work for that reincarnation. I've been warned not to speak of impermanence, and I suppose I saw some people leaving, which is a bit unfortunate. Amidst the cluster of clouds and darkness of night, just as an instant flash of lightning brightly illuminates the sky, likewise, even if due to the powers of the Buddha, for the worldly beings, for the world, the wisdom for virtue would arise very rarely. So, on one, we have to see what kind of facilities as or endowment or richness we have to practice Dharma because of being humans. You try to speak of compassion to the dogs simply by following some kind of examples of others. They might have little compassion for others, but they couldn't broaden their perspective. They could never think of enlightenment, liberation, emptiness, none of this. You ask them to say some mantras of Avalokiteshvara, even one, and promise them everything that they would desire. They won't be able to say that. But we are humans now. Ability to think in ways that no other being on this earth could. So that's very important. But at the same time, when you appreciate the quality that you have, if you do not become constantly mindful of the fact that what I have right now could end up any time. If you don't think that, then you prolong your practice of Dharma. And eventually, when you end up this life, you might have wasted your life. Everything that you work for in this life, none of them can be carried to the next life. Friends of this life, you cannot have them. They cannot help you at the time of death because you have to go. This physical body that we cherish so much, a time will come when we have to leave it. The Buddhas, even they have gone. So how are we? So when you are mindful of this, then thinking that death is certain, you make a pledge. That because death is certain, I must practice Dharma. But thinking that the time of death is uncertain, you make a pledge. Because the time of death is uncertain, I must practice Dharma from now onwards. Second commitment. First, thinking that death is certain, you make a pledge that I will practice Dharma. Secondly, because the time of death is uncertain, I'll practice Dharma from now onwards. Thirdly, thinking that nothing helps other than Dharma after death, make a pledge that I will only do Dharma. That is difficult. But even if you are not able to do only Dharma, at least never try, never make an effort to do non-Dharma. Just do neutral things. Earning your livelihood, going to job. If you have the right motivation, these could all be positive karmas. There's nothing wrong in that. If Dharma only entails sitting in a meditative posture and praying to the Buddhas and Bodhisattva, you can't do that throughout your day. But with the right motivation, if you engage with people, you can practice patience. If you engage with people, you can practice discipline. And throughout your experience, the view of emptiness is relatable to everything that you see. Where is Trigunatama Surya? Here? Where? 1 center or 2 center? Is this all Trigunatama Surya? How many Trigunatama Surya do we have? Just one, right now? Is this all Trigunatama Surya? If you say yes, what about the rooms upstairs? They are all so multiple. And where is this room again? Where is this hall again? These pillars, the roof, the altar, where is there? And the floor? If all of them are Trigunatama Surya, multiple. If you have no people in this Dhamma Surya, it's just an empty hall. So look wherever you go, you can always use the wisdom of emptiness to relate to everything, and that will be a continuous stream of practice of wisdom. Alright, okay. Therefore, now on one side it's important to see what we have, the promises that there are. On another side, it's important to see that the promises that we have might be lost. And everything ends. And what's all this about? You might have millions of dollars in your account. For the time being, you might feel great. But think, okay, tomorrow if my life ends, what good is this money for me? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't make money. Of course, you have to prepare in such a way that your life here is guaranteed. At the same time, the life after, successive lifetimes, they are also guaranteed. Alright? So that's important. So appreciating what you have is think of the leisure and endowment. And even if you are not really born in a Buddhist culture, doesn't matter. Now the Buddhist culture is widespread. Buddha's teachings are widespread everywhere. So in a way, what you have right now can compensate. And so, therefore, while virtues are perpetually feeble and non-virtues powerful and extremely inexhaustible, other than the mind aspiring for the complete enlightenment, which other virtue would overpower them. So this wisdom of, the mind of enlightenment or bodhicitta is so powerful. And so non-virtues that we have, purification is important, but then there are lots of purifications. Modes of purification. You might recite the Vajrasattva mantra, you might do prostration, you might offer supplications to the Buddha. All these activities you can do, but are they really strong enough? Are they the strongest means? The strongest means is the view of the bodhicitta, an aspiration to benefit limitless beings. When you have bodhicitta, your concern is not just limited sentient beings. It's the entire sentient beings. That's so great. And not just for a brief moment. When you have make a Buddhist citta pledge, you make a commitment to relieve all of their sufferings. Relieve their sufferings for now, in the future, and not only relieve their sufferings entirely. First, to guarantee that they have good human births continuously. That's a pledge. Then make sure that they have minimal sufferings in their successive lifetimes, and ultimately lead them to the purification of their mind streams, finally lead them to enlightenment. So you are ready to bestow everything possible for others. That doesn't mean you have to cut your hands and everything and give up everything you have. No, unless your mind is not matured enough. There's a time to do everything at a particular time. When you see that this body, there's no real difference between this body and a piece of vegetable, and then just giving it up out to others is as easy as giving out a piece of flour to somebody. So unless your mind is trained to that level, there's no immediate need to give a part of your body. But training of compassion is only mental. When you do that, you are not really parting away with your money or your house, anything. Just simply familiarizing your mind with them. And once when your mind can take it, everything is so easy. When you mentally you accept it, then everything else is easy. So while virtues are perpetually feeble, so virtues that we have are very feeble, and non-virtues that we have, because of the gross delusions that we have, are so strong. At such a time, in order to really fight these non-virtues, eliminate these, the most powerful kind of a flame that can wipe out the whole forest in a spit of moment is the Bodhisattva. So it's speaking of the merit of Bodhisattva. Having thoroughly reflected for eon, the Buddhas have only seen this to be of benefit. I'm not saying, okay, due to these masters of limitless beings will be easily and quickly attain the supreme bliss. Supreme bliss means enlightenment. Another thing that might occur to you is, okay, the promise of enlightenment is great, but what guarantee is that my enlightenment will have some kind of an extra impact on sentient beings? Because at this very moment there are limitless Buddhas already enlightened. So if they are not to lead us sentient beings to enlightenment, what would my enlightenment make a difference? Did you ever think like that? Ever? Did you ever have a thought like that? What difference would my enlightenment make to sentient beings when there are limitless Buddhas already there and sentient beings are still there? You might have a doubt like that at some stage. If you have that, the answer is, how many beings are karmically connected to you? Beings with stronger karmic connections with you, particularly when you are treading the path of enlightenment, they will be the first beneficiary of your enlightenment. And as you visualize sentient beings in your compassion, some of them you visualize very vividly. Of course you relate to all sentient beings, but then you think of some sentient beings over and again during your meditation on compassion. And many sentient beings have special role in your enlightenment, contributing in your enlightenment. So they will be the beneficiary of enlightenment. In other words, if you really care for the people that you have in this life, your friends, family, and so forth, the best gift that you can do to ensure their safety in limitless samsara is your enlightenment. If you look at the biographies of past masters, you might come across some masters sending their students to other masters and saying, oh, you have more karmic connection with them. I also know one senior member of His Holiness office. I'm not going to name him because I made a promise, but His Holiness gifted him a statue of Tara. And when he gifted that, his son said, you have more karmic connection with Tara. So, sometimes so there are sentient beings with strong karmic connection with you. Your enlightenment will definitely influence their enlightenment. And then when you get enlightened, whether it's beneficial for others or not, for yourself you need that. You need that. Once you have perfected yourself, that is what we all need. So, should you fail to exchange one's happiness for others' suffering, that is only kind of an exercise. During the practice of compassion, you will never attain enlightenment. And in samsara, there is no happiness. So just reserving your seat in samsara has nothing good there. So you should aspire for enlightenment. Okay? Those who wish to overcome hundreds of miseries of samsara, and those who wish to remove discomfort of sentient beings, and those too who wish to experience hundreds of multiple joys, never forsake this bodhicitta. So when I was in the office, once I received an email directed to His Holiness, somebody from the West saying, I have taken Bodhisattva vow several years back, and I hoped I have preserved them properly, but now I want to give them back. So the person doesn't really understand what bodhicitta means. The benefit of bodhicitta, that person doesn't understand. That person also doesn't understand that once you have taken a bodhisattva vow, there's no way you can give it back. Self-liberation vows, yes, you can do that. So therefore graduated steps to practice are important. Sometimes people want to practice Mahamudra from the beginning. They also want to practice Dzogchen, the great perfection, from the beginning, with no understanding of emptiness, with no understanding of clear light, with no renunciation, with no emptiness, with no vipassana, or with no calm abiding. It's just an empty story, just story. You can never ever practice Mahamudra without the wisdom of emptiness, genuine wisdom of emptiness. You can never ever practice Dzogchen or great perfection without the genuine view of emptiness. You can never ever practice them without genuine bodhicitta. We can never ever practice bodhicitta without genuine renunciation. All these are there, systematic steps. But we always want to jump up. That doesn't mean that now we have access to Dharma and all those things, that we shouldn't receive them. But while receiving the teachings of Tantra and Bodhisattva vehicles, you should ensure that you build everything from scratch. That's how you should do it. So being aware that these are the steps there, and making sure that you remain connected to Tantra, because Tantra is very, very rare. 1,000 of the 1,000 Buddhas of this eon, only 2 would teach Tantra. One is Buddha Shakyamuni, very precious. So because of that, masters take a risk. Even if people are not really qualified for Tantra, they still give teachings on Tantra, so that they remain karmically connected with Tantra. Now, important thing is you don't exploit Tantra. Sometimes people tend to think, oh, now with Tantra I can practice consort. Because you see the Buddhas embracing one another, you think you can also do that. Ideally, if you're really enlightened, you don't really need to have any kind of attachment to this kind of samsaric thing. And then you exploit others. People who submit themselves to you, who come with difficulties in life. Because of lack of compassion, you only see a chance to exploit them. And that's a heinous karma. It's a horrible karma for you. For a short moment of ecstasy, whatever it is, bliss. I wouldn't say even bliss. you end up exploiting other, you end up destroying your future. That is not good. So make sure you practice everything systematically. It takes time, doesn't matter what is there in life which is great, that doesn't take time. To graduate from university for your PhD, which are also mundane from a Dhammic perspective, you have to study it, give time. So also give time to Dhamma, and slowly it will blossom. Okay?
Maybe a break would be good. Maybe a good 10-minute break would be good.
Yes, actually, we are going to break at 4, right?
Okay.
So, yes, do you have questions? Or should I continue until 4? Or you want to stop now? Is impermanence of that too much? I'll continue. Okay. Okay. The moment this bodhicitta is born, destitute beings bound in the prison of samsara will be called as the children of Sukata, Buddhas, and will become objects to be venerated by gods, humans, and others of the world. You know, real respect for others is if they have some good quality. Then you have respect for others. Faith grows when you see qualities in others. When you feel grateful, when you consider others' kindness on you, then you have respect for the person for the kindness. So respect grows when you see their kindness. Faith grows when you see the quality. So kindness of a bodhisattva is the bodhisattva cares more for sentient beings than themselves. Are you able to care more for yourself, more for others than yourself? No. But if you are a mother, you care more for your children than yourself. Even if they are animals. Now most of you might have Facebook. On Facebook I saw one, I think deer, a mother deer, who's, what's that called? The baby deer?
A fawn. A doe, a fawn.
A doe.
A doe is a female. A fawn is a baby. A baby is a fawn.
How do you spell it?
F-A-W-N.
F-A-W-N-U-N. Fawn. Okay, she's not here. So when the fawn was about to be eaten by some, was it a crocodile? I think so. The mother threw herself in front of the crocodile to save the child. She gave up her own life. That is unconditional. She wasn't expecting anything. So when you build up emotion of love, that could happen. When you relate that kind of emotion to one individual born from your own body, you can also do the same thing with other sentient beings. What you need is enough reasoning. As far as I can see it, if you really know how to, if you really get a good lesson on this, there is a proper training of bodhicitta can never fail and can never make it uneasy for you. She didn't have any regret in saving the life of her child. And then again I was told that the cow in Tibet had an accident and somehow, what was that called? Her stomach got cut. She was pregnant with a baby calf. So the baby calf came out. She was dying. But while she was dying, she was licking the baby calf without, still showing affection while she was dying. So therefore, it's one of the reasons why we should consider all sentient beings as having been our mother is because of the mother's affection, unconditional love. That is important. If you see other sentient beings as neutral beings, people not related to you, practicing compassion on them is not easy. Once you relate to them or build some kind of affinity with them, proximity with them, then you feel concerned. For example, here is somebody, a friend or your child or mother who is suffering, and here is a neutral person. Who would you like to help? Naturally the mother, somebody who is related to you, because mentally you feel something. You feel a connection, a good connection. So in order to feel that affinity, we have to meditate on sentient beings as having been your mother, because it's also a fact, and it's the mother's unconditional love that we can use in order to feel closer to sentient beings that usually we reject or we feel averse to. So in the light of being your mother, every sentient being has an equal role. Only difference is some sentient beings' role as your mother, you remember in this life. Others you don't remember. Otherwise they have already extended unconditional love on you. So that's one reason. And some people say, my mother in this life has been very bad to me, so I don't want to think of her kindness. Doesn't matter. And some others says, well, in a way, yes, all sentient beings have been your mother, limitless lifetimes, for limitless lifetimes. But they have also been your enemies who have killed you million, trillion times. Whom you have killed million, trillion times. So why shouldn't I think of them as having been my enemy instead think of them as my mother? Did you ever think of that when concentrating on compassion? These qualms, these doubts, suspicions will arise, and they must arise, because your path to enlightenment should not have any confusion. So now, here is the thing. There are two ways of practicing compassion. One is exchanging and equalizing self and other, as shown by Shantideva in this text. Another, self-fault mind training instruction by Atisha, where you have to see every sentient being in the light of having been your mother. That's one way. Another way is thinking of yourself and others, having the same nature, wanting to be happy and not wanting to suffer, and then think of the benefit of compassion. Ultimately, you are the first beneficiary, and ultimately you will get enlightened. And sentient beings on whom you practice compassion may get enlightened, may not get enlightened. And the entire sentient being to get enlightened together with your enlightenment, that is impossible. So pros and cons, pros and cons. You think in this manner. And then it's just a state of mind. We tend to grasp on an independent independent mind to such an extent that we feel like entangled in our own small version of us, mind. We can't take into account the well-being of limitless sentient beings. But once you do that, it will be so relieving. Doesn't mean you have to part away with everything you have. Just changing the attitude. That's all there. So if your mother in this life has not been kind, I'm sure there is somebody who has been kind to you. If not, take the example of other sentient beings. I'm a monk, so I have no children, but I can see my classmates, my friends, how they relate to their children, how much affection they have for the children. Once they have children, the mothers completely forget. or usually a lot of magma and so forth. But when a child is born, the attention is in most of the time on the children. And then when they go to the market, what to buy for the child, they don't really care what to buy for me. So if you see that in others, okay, unfortunately, there is always a reason to practice compassion, even if your mother has been very bad to you. Your mother could have decided to terminate you while you're here, but she decided to have you. And then she didn't really have a good upbringing herself, so she didn't know how to be good to you. She has her own personal issues because of all the delusions and so forth. So you can't really entirely blame. So if you look for excuses why you should empathize with others, limitless. And if you look at the benefit of empathizing or having compassion for others, limitless. And how would you feel when you practice compassion, as against how would you feel when you practice selfishness, arrogance, hatred? You never feel good. That is the thing. These negative mindset by nature useless. So think of somebody, a friend you really love. As much as you care for the person, as much as the person cares for the person. All the sentient beings, even the particular mother of this life, who is not good to you, have been affectionate to you in the same manner, limitless lifetime. If that doesn't work for you, then if you think of yourself, one sentient being. If you think of other sentient beings, limitless. And the benefit of practicing compassion is enlightenment for you. And if you don't practice compassion, you're just still again in samsara. And what good is there in samsara? You're just... So, you should never be short-sighted in the practice of compassion. And if you go to reasoning, there will be millions of reasons why you should practice compassion. Well, as you read the text later, you'll come to see. Okay. The moment this bodhicitta is born, destitute beings bound in the prison of samsara will be called as children sugatas and will become objects to be venerated by gods, humans, and others of the world. Like the best of gold mixing elixir, so since one who has taken form in this unclean body could transform it into priceless precious gem of a Buddha's body, the so-called bodhicitta that achieves it must be formed and must be held firmly. So enlightenment is only possible with compassion. There is no enlightenment without compassion. And ultimately, whether you like it or not, this body that you so cherishes will one day become a corpse, die naturally. And if you think of how you came into being, initially you don't have this body. You look like your parents, right? Your father, mother. So you got it from somebody else. So the very body that you think is yours is actually from others. You might think, oh, I'm educated, I'm smart and so forth. But can you learn all by yourself? No, you need teachers, you need help. You need examples to look at. So there are the role of sentient beings are all over there in your well-being. And you might think, oh, I'm rich. I can buy anything I want. What if you are stranded in the desert with millions of dollars? All by yourself in the middle of a desert. What you would buy? Where would you buy? Who would sell you? So you need somebody to sell that to you. The product that you buy. People make it. People work on it. Sometimes business people, they feel, I'm the boss. I employ them as if you're doing them a favor. What if nobody's working for you? How would you earn your own money? So interdependence should be considered. And when you relate to sentient beings with empathy, with affection, concerned for the well-being, you will always feel good. And because you have a mind, your mental health is your concern. The well-being of your emotion is your concern. You are not really doing any favor to others by compassion. You are actually doing yourself a favor. If you once get that, then in the beginning, because every step that we take in the beginning is rickety, is not stable, firm. You might feel apprehensive about it. You might feel some restraint. But slowly, systematically, it will get better and better and better. That's how it's... Bless you. I thought you were going to... All right. So, the moment this... Okay. So, this ordinary body made from blood, pus, even that came from our parents. Right? And if you really consider, is our body really beautiful? Is it really that pleasant? We all have so many difficulties because of this ordinary body, right? But we end up spending our entire life taking care of it, but it's going to desert us one day. But what if we could have, instead of this body, a kind of body that is not going to impact negatively on us, but that is going to be a source of bliss that has no defect at all. That's an enlightened body. So through the practice of compassion, you attain the illusory, rainbow-like body of a Buddhahood. That attainment is a result of compassion. So compassion does that for you, while this body will eventually desert you. And we limit ourselves from practicing compassion, we restrain ourselves from practicing compassion because we take care, we emphasize so much on me, my body. Even this body came from your mother, parents, doesn't really belong to you. So that part, Shantideva will say that at a later chapter. But we have to consider, okay, so the sole captain of migratory beings and infinite, 5 minutes, wisdom, upon thorough analysis, have seen this to be of great importance. Therefore, those who wish to escape from the state of migratory beings should hold this precious Bodhisattva well and firm. All other virtues, like a plantain tree that just perishes away after bearing fruit for just once. The tree of bodhicitta, although perennial, does not die upon bearing fruit. It multiplies. That's important. Sometimes when we buy something, we look at the validity, the guarantee, how long it's going to last. Right? So that comes from wisdom. Now again, when it comes to virtues, we have to look how long is this virtue going to last. And you need a long-lasting virtue, isn't it? Would you pay like $1,500 for a cell phone which is attractive for today, but it's going to naturally get destroyed tomorrow? No, because it's not long. It's not worth it. So you should look for something long-lasting, right? Likewise, when it comes to virtues, you should look at something which will be long-lasting, which will be there for very long. So Bodhisattva is that mind. Or once you have, plantain tree, or it could also be banana plantain, because once you have the fruit of a banana, the fruit, the tree itself dies, right? So bearing fruit once and then it perishes. So many of the things that we have there are like that. But as far as the mind of bodhicitta, means the mind aspiring for enlightenment is concerned, it just multiplies. Its result there is no way that its result, once having borne the fruit, it will die. No. It will continue to bear fruits. It's like a bounteous tree that will continuously give you fruit over and again. So, all the heinous, inexhaustible sins are committed, like being quickly relieved from the great fear by relying on the patronage of the powerful. Why would the conscientious one not depend on it? So, for example, when we have committed some crime, right, and we want to be relieved from punishment, what we do? We go to some people with authority and pay them bribe. We try to bribe the judge. We try to bribe the prosecutor. We try to bribe we try to by the people who have the witnesses in order to win over the case. So if we are somehow able to have the help of somebody in authority, for the time being, we don't undergo persecution. We don't undergo punishment, right? Usually, that's just an analogy. Likewise, even if you have committed inexhaustible sins, limitless sins, embracing bodhicitta, cultivating this bodhicitta, will help you to eliminate, purify those inexhaustible negativities by the strength or the force of this mind. Right? Many negativities almost all the negativity that we have committed in relation to others comes from delusions, particularly hatred, anger, wishing them not to be happy, wishing them to suffer. Compassion, bodhicitta, wishes them to be happy, bodhicitta aspires to gift them the ultimate gift of enlightenment. So because of that, the nature, that's the best way to confess or purify your negativities. In an instant like the fire at the end of time, it will definitely burn off all heinous sins. Its unfathomable benefit has been told by Sudani, by Lord Maitreya, the one who is endowed with wisdom. So this is a story which is related in a sutra by Lord Maitreya. So not a story. It's the source for this comes from a sutra where Lord Maitreya relates the benefit of bodhicitta to Sudane. So here in that sutra it says, in an instant like the fire at the end of eon, means right now our world, the universe that we have, it's beautiful, but don't we speak of global warming? Yeah. And someday scientists say that the world will become a desert. And if the heat continues to increase, and then the world will be engulfed by fire. So at the end of this eon, this era, that's, according to Buddhism, that's not very near. So I don't think it's going to happen in a few hundreds of years. The longevity of Buddha Dhamma is given to There's one Drupchen Chaktowa was a contemporary of Tsongkhapa, who used to have a vision of Vajrapani. So I think, and then around his time, Vajrapani told to Drupchen Chaktowa that the longevity of Buddha Dhamma in Tibet will be 700 more years. So counting from that, I think 400 years are almost finished. So my own assessment is for another 300 years, the Buddha Dhamma will live. But if the whole world is destroyed by fire, where would how would it survive? So I'm positive that the Buddha Dhamma will survive another 300 years. But at the end of the eon, the world will be completely destroyed by fire. Just as an analogy. But so just like that, the fire of bodhicitta will eliminate all the negativities in an instant. When that destruction of the of our worldly realm by fire happens, it's just in an instant. Likewise, the bodhicitta has that power to eliminate or purify or eliminate our sins or negativities in few seconds. So that's the greatness of this mind of bodhicitta or bodhicitta. This bodhicitta in brief, okay. All right. So, to do some dedication? Do you have the prayer at the end of the teaching?
Dedication?
Or just okay, it's okay. Let's just save time. I'll just say it and I'll explain the meaning, and you visualize it. Just as the great, powerful Manju Gosha and Samantrabhadra have dedicated their virtues for the benefit of sentient beings and so forth, I also dedicate the merit that I have earned by listening to teaching or giving teaching, and also may the precious Buddha that has never been be born in those, and in those where it has born, may it multiply. The Buddhas of 3 times, however they could have dedicated their merit, I also do the same thing with the merit that I have earned. And if you have some understanding of emptiness, then you think of where is the merit that I have earned from the morning up until now? Where is it? And dedicator, me, where is it? And the dedication, final enlightenment, where is it? So thinking of the emptiness nature of the object of dedication, the dedication itself, the dedicator, all of these, thinking of the emptiness nature and dwelling in that is like putting stem, concretizing the merit that you have earned. So see you tomorrow morning, and we will break, same time, but the lunch time will be shorter, half an hour, like we'll come back at 1:30. Is that more feasible? Flexible? Too long? All right, have a good night.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Geshe Ngawang.
Yes.
I notice here, the number 13, the numbers are off a little bit. If you look, it goes number 12, then it goes to number 14.
Oh, yes. Thank you.